LoveLore Library. Chapter 728. Hunting magical beasts or plundering other people's food, Yunxing answered from the side. Not bad, the second elder nodded with satisfaction. It seemed that Yunxing had not only won the title of King of Fighters in the trial of Skywing City. The second elder could see that Yunxing was able to adapt to the blood purge faster than the others after the life and death battles in the arena. The group of new magicians all had incredulous expressions on their faces. The second elder also gave each student a badge. The badge that the second elder gave out was called a magic badge. Gu Feng and Qi also had one. This badge was very important to the students of the elite camp. The badge of the magician elite camp had the word magic on it, while the badge of the warrior elite camp had the word martial on it. The badge had two functions. First, it recorded the number of blood cloud beasts or enemies killed after entering the Dutian blood beast world. For the new students, the most important thing was to stay alive. As for how many magical beasts they killed, that was a secondary concern. However, after completing this trial, the freshmen would officially become seniors. At that time, the magic badge would play a very important role. The elite badge was an important badge that ran through the entire continent's magician elite camp. According to the rules of the continent's magician elite camp, for every 500 blood cloud beasts killed, they would have the opportunity to enter the magic forest and learn a type of advanced magic. And every year, the magic list was ranked according to the accumulated results of the elite badge. It could be said that this was where the honor of the continent's magician elite camp lay. It was also the true proof of the strength of the magician elite camp. Secondly, the badge's other function was to determine whether a student was alive or dead. The badge was also known as the badge of life and death. If a student was killed, the badge would change color. The second elder had warned them that the blood cloud beasts in the Dutian blood beast world were more active recently. It was very likely that there would be ferocious blood cloud beasts appearing even in the periphery. Because this was the first blood purge, the new students were allowed one chance to call for help. If there was someone who could not hold on, they could immediately crush the badge and the second elder would rush over to save them. However, what awaited these rescued people was the fate of being expelled from the continent's magic elite camp. Hearing the second elder's words, everyone was very nervous about the magic badges in their hands. Yunxing also kept the badge close to her body. After the second elder gave his instructions, the students went to the relay station to buy water. Yunxing did not buy anything superfluous. She first chatted with the people at the relay station. She first heard from the people at the relay station about the magical beasts and fruits that could be eaten in the blood beast world. The people at the relay station also told Yunxing that the red river outside the relay station was called the Crimson Moon River. At the end of the river was the central region of the Dutian blood beast world. In other words, Yunxing's range of activity this time could not exceed the end of Crimson Moon River. She recorded everything on the map one by one. At this moment, someone stood in front of Yunxing. Feng Tian walked in front of Yunxing. I want the first place. Yunxing was a little surprised. This should be the first time that Feng Tian took the initiative to talk to her. In her impression, Feng Tian had always been high and mighty and never talked to anyone. Rather than saying that he was a loner, it was better to say that he disdained to talk to anyone. Needless to say, he was talking to Yunxing, who used to be the last place. However, from the incident with Chen Lianer, this person was also a haggard person. Yunxing also could not be bothered to have anything to do with him. At first, Feng Tian thought so too. Even if Yi Baiming had once hinted that Yunxing was his real opponent, he still looked down on Yunxing. However, all of this had changed now. Because Yunxing was now a 2-star standard student like Feng Tian, and also because Yunxing had been in the limelight during the chaos in Tianyi City. She had won the Combat King title that even Feng Tian could not defeat. Feng Tian thought that among the 100 people this time, Yun Sheng was barely an opponent who could compete with him. Let's rely on our own abilities. Yun Sheng was non-committal. You're not worthy of competing with me at all. This time, Yi Baiming won't help you. Feng Tian snorted. What he meant was that he was mocking Yun Sheng. It was not a secret among the students who participated in the trial that Yun Sheng was Yen. However, in Feng Tian's opinion, Yun Sheng's Combat King title came from an improper background. Everyone could tell that Yi Baiming was interested in her. Furthermore, the two of them had entered and exited the Sea of Clouds together. It was impossible for an ordinary master magician like Yun Sheng to kill the unicorn. The only explanation was that Yi Baiming helped her kill the unicorn. In Feng Tian's eyes, a woman who relied on a man to win the competition was not qualified to be mentioned in the same breath as him. However, after that, Yun Sheng was promoted to a 2-star student. Feng Tian, I can still defeat you even without Yi Baiming's help. Yun Sheng was enraged. Earlier, she still had the thought that she could fight for first place. However, Feng Tian's words made her determined. She was determined to get first place this time. Let's wait and see. Feng Tian walked away. Yun Sheng thought for a moment, then added a few more things to her shopping list and bought them one by one. The only thing left to do was to wait for the dawn to arrive. After the Big Dipper appeared in the sky, the 100 students of the Magic Elite Camp entered the Dutian Blood Beast world shrouded in blood mist and began their 3 days and 3 nights in the Dutian Blood Beast world. After parting with the students, Yun Sheng chose to follow the Crimson Moon River and move forward in a small area. She had the map that Abandoned had given her. Around noon, Yun Sheng sat down to rest. After carefully drinking a few mouthfuls of water, she raised her head to look at the sky. Besides an eagle flying across the sky, there was nothing else. The sun in the Dutian Blood Beast world was not strong, and the sky was a uniform red. Yun Sheng walked a few steps and saw a raised mound in front of her. The ground was desolate, and there were 4 or 5 mounds connected together. After climbing over the mound, she heard a cry for help. She saw a few warriors besieging a sorcerer. The warrior's clothes were exquisite, and it was obvious that he came from a warrior family to participate in the training. The warrior's clothes were ragged, and it was obvious that this was a robbery. Save me, I am from the Wei family of Zhou State. If you help me, I will give you 5,000 gold coins. The warrior saw Yun Sheng and cried for help. Yun Sheng did not say a word and walked straight over. Even if she was willing to lend a helping hand in the face of injustice, it would still depend on her strength and the situation. She was not a sucker, so what did the Wei Manor have to do with her? Yun Sheng did not say a word. She simply used the night demon footwork and disappeared in a moment. When the cultivators saw that Xiao Qin had already disappeared, they could not even catch up to him. The cultivators, who were still fighting endlessly, split up. Tisk, is this woman a newcomer or not? She didn't fall for it. The scarred man who pretended to be a warrior patted the dust off his body and spat on the ground. The other martial artists also looked vexed. Chapter 729. These people were Scarface Nan and the others who had been asked by Keilang to assassinate Yun Sheng. They had used the same method to lure and kill many of the hot-blooded newcomers who had just entered the Dutian Blood Beast world. They had obtained clues from Keilang and had used the Flying Eagle to track Yun Sheng's whereabouts. Although they knew that Yun Sheng was just a newly advanced holy mage, Scarface Nan and the others did not dare to underestimate her. After Yun Sheng had left the relay station, they had followed her all the way. After some discussion, they had decided to make a move on Yun Sheng. They had pretended to rob her and asked Yun Sheng for help. Their goal was to lure Yunxing into attacking them and capture her when she was unprepared. Who knew that Yunxing would be so vigilant? She did not even look at them, let alone approach them. She had avoided them from afar. As a result, their plan fell through. Fortunately, the flying eagle had followed her all the way. When it was dark, we would make a move. Scarface Nan pointed in the direction of Yunxing and the others quickly followed. Scarface Nan and the others chattered as they continued to follow Yunxing. On the other side of the slope, a pair of men walked out. This pair of men came and went without a trace. There were no magic or do-chi fluctuations around them. They looked young and handsome, as if they had walked out of a painting. The most unique thing about them was their eyes. One of them was purple, like a fine purple jade, while the other had green eyes, like a sparkling tourmaline. The two of them were about the same age, but one was tall and the other was slightly shorter. The green-eyed young man was very cute. His skin was glistening and he had a cute face. The other purple-eyed young man was gorgeous. He had long eyebrows and thin eyes. He had a cool and handsome face. The two of them were also very well dressed. They looked like the children of an aristocratic family who had gone out to gain experience. One of them was equipped with a magic scepter, while the other was equipped with a dagger. It was obvious that one of them was a warrior, while the other was a magician. Unfortunately, Dao Banan and the others had already left. Otherwise, they would definitely be secretly delighted. Merely by looking at the appearance of those two people, they were able to tell with a single glance that they were two high-quality fat sheep. Dressed like this and still dared to travel alone, it was obvious that he was from an aristocratic family. He was rich and idle but had no ability. "Violet, why are you stopping me? Those people aren't good people." The green-eyed young man grinned, revealing two cute canine teeth. "None of them are good." The purple-eyed youth frowned in disdain. Just now, the green-eyed and purple-eyed youths had seen how Yunxing had left them in the lurch and pretended to rob them. What the purple-eyed man meant was that since neither side was a good person, they should just let them bite each other. "But, I'm hungry." A strange light flashed across the green-eyed youth's eyes. "You still can't change your old habits. This is the Dutian blood beast world. It's better to be careful. There are many experts of the human race here." The purple-eyed youth shook his head. "You won't let me use magic, and you won't let me eat people. If I had known, I wouldn't have agreed to come with you." Green blinked, looking bored. "You were the one who said that you wanted to take a look at the Dutian blood mark. I secretly followed you. I didn't say that I wanted to bring you along." Violet's cool face showed some dissatisfaction. All right. You're nagging like an old man again. Speaking of which, there really isn't anyone good in the human race. Look at that woman who just passed by. She didn't even frown when she saw someone being robbed." Green and Violet had been watching from the shadows. The scene of Yunxing leaving them in the lurch made Green feel very disgusted. The more disunited the human race is, the better for us. Violet did not have a good impression of the human race, and even less of a good impression of human women. Since not everyone is here yet, why don't we do a warm-up exercise before that? Are you interested? Green Bun's face revealed a hint of mischief. What kind of warm-up? Violet knew that Green loved to be a troublemaker. In the past, when they were in the family, this kid always gave the elders headaches. But since they had left the tribe, there was nothing wrong with letting him relax. Hunting. Green spread out his hands with interest. Between his slender fingers, there were a few blood-stained badges. These badges were looted when he met a few unreasonable sorcerers on the way here. There were a few numbers marked on the badges. According to those cowardly sorcerers, these numbers were the number of blood cloud beasts they had killed after entering the Dutian blood beast world. The human race was too abominable. They actually took pleasure in killing blood cloud beasts. Green decided that he would give them a taste of their own medicine. He was going to do the exact opposite. If the human race hunted blood cloud beasts, he would hunt humans. This competition between him and Z was based on who could kill more people. The winner would have to agree to a condition of the other party after returning to the tribe. Violet was also straightforward. The two of them agreed that the time limit would be 1 day and 1 night. Whoever killed the most people in a day and night would be the winner. The two of them immediately separated. With the north and south of the Crimson Moon River as the boundary, they walked in opposite directions. On the other side of the river, Yunxing walked for a while. She raised her head and looked at the sky. Along the way, she did not even meet a single blood cloud beast. She did not know if she was lucky or unlucky. In the sky, except for an eagle, there were only a few thin red clouds floating in the sky. Night was coming. At night in the blood beast world, the temperature would drop sharply. Furthermore, there would be some nocturnal magic beasts around. In an unfamiliar environment, it was easy to be attacked. Green approached the cave in front of him and saw the faint light of a fire. Stupid human woman, how dare she light a fire in a place where magic beasts roam? Green disdainfully walked towards the cave. The Dutian blood beast world was spacious. If a fire was lit in the cave, it would not only attract magic beasts, but also bandits with ulterior motives. From this point, it could be seen that this human woman was very inexperienced. However, everything had to go according to plan. It was too boring to eat her up in one bite. On Green's cute face, there was a sinister smile that did not match his age and temperament. His greatest evil hobby was to not kill his enemies immediately after catching them. Like a cat catching a mouse, after catching the mouse, he would slowly toy with it to death. The night was long. Everything had just begun. Green pulled out the dagger on his body. The dagger was made in a special way. It was sharp and thin like a leaf. With a flash of light, Green drew a cross on his hand. Fresh blood immediately flowed out. Green stuck out his tongue and walked forward. As he approached the cave, a fragrance that tickled Green's nose wafted out. "Who is it?" The woman's clear and melodious voice was like a clear spring. In the silent night, it was like a string of wind chimes, very pleasant to the ear. Chapter 730. What a sharp sense of touch. Wasn't she a sorcerer? In his impression, human sorcerers were mostly weak and relied on their ability to understand magic. Green was secretly shocked. Even in the tribe, his agility was among the top 3. He did not expect to be caught red-handed by a sorcerer with poor 5 senses. "I'm injured. Kind passerby, can you let me into the cave to rest?" Green spoke in a weak tone as if he would faint at any time. He slowly walked into the cave while leaning against the wall. There was a warm fire burning in the cave. The color of the fire was a little special. It was bright red. Beside the fire, there was a magical beast meat being roasted. The meat was sizzling and giving off a fragrant smell. A woman was facing away from the fire. Her snow-white hands were adding some unknown seasoning to the roasted meat. When Green saw the roasted magical beast, the corners of his mouth twitched strangely. How could there be an edible magical beast near the Crimson Moon River? Did he see wrongly? That was actually an eagle. The level 7 magical beast that the warriors had set up and followed this woman all the way. This magical beast was not very powerful, but its flying speed and dodging were very agile. An average sorcerer might not be able to kill it, even if they knew mid-level magic. This woman actually killed the eagle, roasted it, and ate it. Was she smart or just stupid? There was indeed a thick smell of blood in the air. That person was indeed injured. Yunxing did not stop. She grabbed some dry grass with one hand and threw it into the fire. Her other hand was sprinkling some pepper and rock salt on the plump eagle. You even brought spices out. The woman did not answer. She minded her own business and prepared the food in her hands. As the human woman was sitting with her back to the light, Green could not see the woman's face clearly. Vaguely, the fire outlined a gentle and beautiful figure. Green did not know what to say for a moment. His gaze turned and landed on the woman's hands. He had to admit that this woman had a pair of beautiful hands. She did not even turn her head as she added spices to the eagle. There was a row of small bottles and jars at her feet. They looked like they were all condiments. After Yunxing came to the boundless world, she was able to do household chores from a young age because her father, Yun Sanghai, didn't do any household chores. Unfortunately, there were too few condiments on the boundless continent. To Yunxing, who was used to the various fine condiments of modern society, it was very difficult for her to adapt. Slowly, she developed the habit of developing her own condiments. She would process things like pepper, coarse salt, chicken essence, and so on and bring some with her. It was also very convenient to store them in the beast language ring. What the hell is this? Green had forgotten the role she was supposed to play. Out of curiosity, she reached for one of Yunxing's small bottles. The moment Green reached out his hand, a lotus-like flame leaped out from the burning fire. The woman turned around and grabbed Green's hand in one swift movement. Green felt a sharp pain in his wound. His heart trembled. Just as he was about to explode, his green eyes met with a pair of pitch-black eyes. It was as if someone had suddenly thrown a stone into a deep pool of water that had not moved for 20 years. Green felt suffocated and subconsciously forgot to move. What a beautiful woman. She was completely natural and exuded an aura of spirituality. A woman like this, compared to the women in the tribe, was much more outstanding. Green couldn't help but be stunned when he saw her face. Green's tribe was filled with handsome men and beautiful women. Hence, his taste was undoubtedly very picky. The young girl's face was very delicate, with a kind of elf-like beauty. A pair of pitch-black eyes, in the firelight, were like stars. Her flawless skin, and in the darkness, a graceful figure was faintly discernible. This woman was even more beautiful than the women in the celestial fox tribe. However, the human woman in front of him could not help but make him feel a rush of excitement, although this feeling only lasted for a short while. This thought only flashed past his mind. The next moment, Green let out a scream. Because this unusually beautiful young girl actually pressed her hand on Green's injured arm with incomparable precision. Green was a playful person, but he was very careful when doing things. Since he wanted to sneak in, he really stabbed his own arm with a knife. Who would have thought that this seemingly harmless young girl would be so ruthless? Oh my God, it hurts, you vicious woman. Green immediately threw away all the fantasies that he had in his head back to Java. He also didn't care about his original intention of entering the cave, which was to kill this woman in front of him. It's just to stop the bleeding. What are you screaming for? Are you still a man? Yunxing also saw clearly the reckless person who rashly entered the cave. At first glance, she was also surprised that the young man's appearance was extraordinarily beautiful. There was no lack of handsome men around Yunxing. To put it bluntly, her aesthetic standards had long been influenced by Yi Baiming, Abandoned, Divine Wind, and the others. She was fat and thin, wild and gentle, black-bellied and gentle. She had become extremely picky when it came to meat and vegetables. But even so, Yunxing couldn't help but be a little stunned when she saw the green-eyed young man for the first time. This young man was too beautiful, which gave Yunxing an illusion that things would be demonic when they reached the extreme. He should be only 13 or 14 years old. He was about the same height as her, and his skin was more delicate than a woman's. His figure was slender and slightly thin. The young man at this age was between a teenager and a young girl. With a pinkish face, he looked very likable. "Stop the bleeding." Green looked down and saw that Yunxing's hand was pressing on his wound. The wound that was still bleeding really stopped bleeding after she pressed on it. She didn't use any elixirs or magic. She just pressed on it and the bleeding stopped. Green's expression was incredulous. In order to make it look realistic, he even used some poison on his wound. This poison was not fatal, but it would prevent the blood from clotting and create the illusion that the blood would not stop flowing. However, this human girl was actually able to stop his bleeding in just a few moves. She was not simple. "The bleeding has stopped. You can leave." Yunxing waved her hand. "Hey, are you chasing me away? I'm injured. It's dark outside and I'm scared. Big sister, please take me in." Green looked very pitiful. The green-eyed young man looked pitifully at Yunxing. He pouted and looked very cute. This trick of his was very effective. She liked people of all ages, men and women alike. Green looked even younger than Yunxing. "Your bone age tells me that you are at least 20 years old." Scram. Yunxing glared at Green. If she had not confirmed that he had no murderous aura, she would have killed Green just now. In a place like the Blood Beast world, she could not be soft-hearted. She still had a few needles hidden under her fingers. Ah! Green's face was completely frozen like a rock. Chapter 731. Green, last month, just turned 20 years old. This age, in his tribe, was actually considered young. But just now, he was despised by this human girl. No, how did she know his bone age? Could it be that she just casually touched it? This was too abnormal. Who was she? Once she made a move, she stopped the bleeding and touched the bone. Green has an unprecedented feeling of frustration. But after being tormented by Yunxing, he no longer has the intention to kill. Right now, he had developed an extremely strong interest in this mysterious, cold, and beautiful human girl. He is interested in her, but the problem is that this girl obviously has no interest in him at all. Green still wants to say something, but Yunxing is glaring at him. If looks could kill, Green would have died 10 times by now. Green doesn't want to fall out with Yunxing at the moment, so he can only dilly-dally and slowly move out of the cave. Walking to the cave entrance, Green's eyes turn cold and he looks not far away. He caught sight of a few shadows that flashed by. Green grins, his small canine teeth gleam in the dark night. As he walks, he secretly mutters in his heart, "Poison scorpion woman, let's see how long you can last." Later, don't yell at the top of your lungs for this young master to save you. Seeing that he has left, Yunxing continues to eat her meat. "Stupid girl, you made us look for you for a long time. It's the few warriors that Ko Ling found earlier. They originally planned to ambush Yunxing after dark, but who would have thought that halfway through, the hawk in charge of keeping watch disappeared without a trace. The few of them searched for a long time, thinking that the hawk had encountered some flying magical beast. They couldn't find the hawk, but they found the person by chance. There's a fire in this cave." The few of them looked around and sure enough, they found Yunxing. Inside the cave, Yunxing is happily gnawing on the hawk. The group of martial artists was stunned at first, then they saw Yunxing's appearance clearly. When they discovered that the other party was indeed a great beauty, their hearts immediately began to itch. They grinned sinisterly, "Little girl, your looks are indeed beautiful. Let us have some fun first." Outside the cave, Green looked inside and was secretly delighted. TSK, a group of men bullying a woman. Green, who had not gone far, jumped out impatiently with a look of righteousness. Green also knew that these people had been keeping an eye on Yunxing. For a girl like Yunxing, who had appeared alone in the Dutian blood beast world, her cultivation level was not high, and her looks were exceptionally beautiful. In a place like this, she was simply a piece of fresh meat. Lu rubbed his fists, waiting for Yunxing to ask for help. Lu was certain that Yunxing's strength was at most a Saint Magus. Even in the human race, such a cultivation base was considered weak. Yunxing was not in a hurry. She wiped the oil stains on the corners of her mouth unhurriedly. This thing is also yours, right? That's good too. Now, we're all here. Yunxing casually tossed a few bones to the ground at their feet. Green's mouth was wide open, big enough to swallow an egg. There was something wrong with this situation. In the normal version, the woman should be in his arms with tears in her eyes. Then he would bravely and heroically kill these few humans. Stinky girl, you actually killed our spar eagle. Don't think that you can be smug just because you saw through our stalking. There are 4 of us, and you only have 2. I advise you to surrender. The martial artist was also a little uneasy. Who would have thought that such a weak girl like Yunxing would see through their plot at a glance? 1, 2, 3, fall. Yunxing's lips spread into a soul-stirring smile. All of a sudden, the warriors felt their vision blur. Green also felt his vision go black. All he heard was a few thuds, and all of them fell to the ground unconscious. Green stared blankly, suddenly feeling dizzy. In the next second, he fell to the ground without a care for his image. He only felt a chill on his face. He wiped his face, and it was wet. In front of him, the girl's beautiful face was just inches away from him, he could even feel her breathing. His heart inexplicably beating wildly, Green sat up with a grunt. After looking around, Green only felt a chill down his spine. The martial artists who were flaunting their prowess earlier were now lying at the side, their bodies all tied up. In the cave, there was still a lingering fragrance similar to the knockout incense. Green's eyes flashed. Damn, he was set up. His first reaction was to check his body. That appearance, he looked like a virgin. His clothes were intact, the dagger was still there, and there were no more holes on his body. His lower body. Fortunately, it was not violated. After Green finished his inspection, he looked around vigilantly. That vicious woman was still sitting in the same place, but the fire was already extinguished. Outside the cave, there was a faint light coming in. The sky was already bright. You poisoned me. Green looked like he was stung by a bee, pointing at Yunxing. This woman was too sinister. To think that he hadn't been deceived by her beauty. Green looked at the pile of firewood. He was wondering why he fainted for no reason. So it was all this woman's doing. She did not poison him, but there was a problem with her firewood. It was a kind of plant called rooster does not cry, and it was no different from ordinary hay. After it was dried, once it came in contact with fire, it would emit a smoke that could make an elephant faint. Yunxing had bought a few bundles of such hay at the Dutian relay station earlier and carried them with her. She had already taken the antidote and was waiting for the bandits to fall into her trap. Yunxing was a summoner, and she was much more sensitive to magical beasts than the average person. When she noticed that there was an eagle of unknown origin following her in the sky, she became vigilant. It was Green's appearance that surprised her, but just in case, she still knocked Green out as well. Just now, when Green was unconscious, she also searched him. Except for the dagger on the youth's body, which was a little special, Yunxing did not find anything strange. What inexperienced, what weak woman, this woman was simply a shrewd old witch. I have already reminded you, but you refuse to leave. Yunsheng looked at the youth's flustered and exasperated appearance, and revealed a meaningful smile. These days, her appearance did not change much, but her temperament had changed a lot. In the early years, Yunsheng was like a red lotus, pure and beautiful. But now, she was like a blooming rose, exuding an enchanting aura. Who knew if it was because of the awakening of the magical beast blood in her body? Seeing this smile, Green's face and heart beat faster, and he did not know where to put his hands and feet. Well, he deserved it, bumping into the knife wound. The more he thought about it, the more scared he became. He had been poisoned, and if he had not been careful, he would have died here. His reputation would have been ruined. Since you are awake, go and carry them away. It's daybreak, and I want to leave the cave. Yunsheng shrugged. Why don't you kill them? Although Green was grumbling, he still obediently rolled up his sleeves and went to carry the few warriors. He kept telling himself that he was not listening to the words of this poisonous scorpion woman of the human race. He was just curious, and wanted to know how she was going to deal with this group of warriors. Chapter 732. The sky was just beginning to brighten. Yunsheng had a leisurely look on her face as she ordered Green to carry the unconscious martial practitioners all the way to the Crimson Moon riverside. It had to be said that Green looked a little stupid and a little silly, but his strength was not bad. He actually carried 4 men who were several times his size over his shoulders and carried 2 of them back and forth. Give me some water to drink, Green wiped his sweat. Yunsheng casually threw a half bottle of water to him. Green opened the stopper and drank a few mouthfuls. He felt the faint fragrance of a young girl between his lips, and his heart could not help but tremble. Seeing a ghost, Green spat, and immediately dispelled the thoughts in his heart. She was just a human girl, how could she make him have such a strange feeling? Kill her. Once I find out why she brought people here, I will immediately kill her. Green silently said in his heart. While Green was drinking water, Yunsheng had already found a few wooden frames and tied the warriors to the wooden frames. When they were all tied up, Yunsheng walked to the front of Dao Banan, and inserted 2 needles into his glabella and philtrum. Dao Banan slowly woke up, and when he found himself in his surroundings, he realized what had happened. You, quickly let us go. We are from the elite camp of the continent. If the camp finds out what you have done, they will definitely not let you go. Nonsense, if I throw you into the river and throw you into the fish's stomach, who will know where you came from? Yunsheng glanced sideways at the Crimson Moon River not far away. The Crimson Moon River's water was tens of meters deep. Below it lived the greedy and carnivorous high-level magical beast, the blood-toothed crocodile. If a few strong men were thrown in less than a quarter of an hour, they would be gnawed into skeletons. When Dao Banan heard this, the cold sweat on his forehead dripped down. He only felt that his legs were weak, and his mouth did not listen to him. Miss, please let us go. I was ordered by someone, that's why I was bewitched. It was Ko-Ling, your senior sister Ko-Ling, who wanted to kill you. She also told me your whereabouts. Dao Banan thought that as long as he told her who the mastermind was, Yunsheng would let him go. Unfortunately, Yunsheng didn't have a good impression of the people in the warrior elite camp from the first day she entered. After extorting a confession, Yunsheng did not hesitate. She waved the magic scepter in her hand and Scarface Nan screamed miserably. He was swept up by a gust of wind and rolled into the Crimson Moon River. What are you trying to do? Green was puzzled. If she wanted to kill someone, she could have just killed him with a knife. Yunsheng's action was simply superfluous. Make use of the remaining value. Yunsheng had not forgotten her purpose for participating in this blood purge. After completing 3 days and 3 nights of the trial, he also had to obtain first place in this trial and obtain the second Elder's soul cleansing pill. Green was stunned. At the bottom of the Crimson Moon River, there was a strange movement. Many blood-toothed crocodiles had appeared under the river. This was a soldier-level magical beast that often appeared in the Crimson Moon River. Each of them was about 2 meters tall and had sharp teeth. They liked to appear in groups. The blood-toothed crocodile bit off Dao Ba Nan's leg and pulled with all its might. But because of the wooden frame, the crocodile was unable to completely pull the person into the river. In a short period of time, more and more blood-toothed crocodiles climbed up. Yunsheng just waited by the river. After another hour, more and more blood-toothed crocodiles floated on the surface of the Crimson Moon River. You actually used poison again. Green saw Yunsheng sprinkle some powder on the warriors earlier. He didn't know Yunsheng's intention before, but now he finally understood Yunsheng's intention. Without any effort, without using any magic, she killed dozens of blood cloud beasts that floated to the surface of the water. You used your own kind to lure and kill the blood-toothed crocodiles. Isn't that too much? Green looked and felt a chill in his heart. Killing people or killing their own kind was nothing to him. But this was the first time he saw someone use such a method to lure and kill magical beasts. The weak are prey to the strong. This is the rule of survival. If I didn't do this and fell into the hands of these people, my fate today would be 100 times worse than being thrown into the river to feed the fishes. Yunsheng didn't want to talk about any great principles. But you shouldn't use poison. Humans, if they want to hunt magical beasts, they should do it openly. Green was still a little dissatisfied. What do you mean by openly? Let me ask you, if your family and friends are in danger and you only have 2 choices, either you watch them die or you interrogate an unarmed child or an old man who knows the whereabouts of the enemy. What would you do? Yunsheng asked coldly. This. Green couldn't answer. Who doesn't have family and friends? The family and friends of the enemy are the enemy. Yunsheng said indifferently. She already understood this on the first day she came to the Wuji continent. Survival had to be paid with blood. She wasn't a saint, so she wouldn't easily help. Similarly, she wasn't a saint, so she had to win by hook or by crook. Feng Tian was stronger than her. If she wanted to defeat Feng Tian and kill more blood cloud beasts, she had to use more ingenious methods. These warriors had walked right into the trap and were fugitives sent by Kellen. Leaving them alive would only harm others. Naturally, she wouldn't let go of the opportunity to use them to lure and kill the blood-tooth crocodile. The blood-tooth crocodile was the lowest level of existence in the Dutian blood beast world. They were numerous and once they smelled blood, they would appear in large numbers. Most importantly, this crocodile had a piece of non-poisonous meat in its jaw. It was a rare non-poisonous magical beast meat in the blood beast world where poisonous magical beasts were everywhere. It wasn't a piece of meat the size of a fingernail, but it was a precious food that Yunsheng would use to sustain her life when she entered and exited the Dutian blood beast world. Green's face was tense. At this moment, he was very conflicted. He originally despised this kind of cunning behavior of the human race the most. But for some reason, when this sentence came out of the mouth of this unknown human girl, he couldn't find the heart to refute it. What she said seemed to make sense. In such a bloody place, a weak girl like her dared to barge in alone. If she wanted to survive, she would have to use special methods. Survival of the fittest. In the eyes of the magical beasts, this was the unchanging way of survival. But to hear such bloodthirsty words from such a beautiful girl, one could imagine the shock in Green's heart. What kind of living environment could nurture a person with such a temperament? Before coming to the Dutian blood beast world, Green's impression of the human race was that they were cunning, cruel, and despicable. After coming here and meeting this human girl, Green's impression of the human race was that they were even more cunning, cruel, and despicable. But the strange thing was, the more this was the case, the more he wanted to get closer to her, the more he wanted to understand her. What was even more strange was that even when she killed the blood-toothed crocodile and dug out the soul stone, Green thought that it was exceptionally beautiful. Her every movement and every look was filled with deadly beauty. This strange thought became more and more intense. Green thought that he was going crazy. Chapter 733. To prevent this thought from continuing, Green decided to keep a distance from this human girl. It was best for him to leave as soon as possible. Before leaving, Green could not contain his curiosity. "My name is Green, what is your name?" "Yun Sheng." As she answered, the girl waved her hand and a blood-toothed crocodile soul stone fell into her hand. "Yun Sheng, goodbye. The next time we meet, we will be enemies," Green said in his heart. After a moment of hesitation, he finally walked away. The sky gradually brightened. The new contestants of the Dutian Blood Beast world were about to face an even crueler day. At the Dutian relay station, the sand in the hourglass that symbolized the passage of time had already made a round trip. This meant that 1 day of the 3 days and 3 nights of training had already passed. Second Elders group sat in front of a table with a cup of tea in front of them. Beside the tea, there was a chessboard similar to China's Go. This chessboard was also known as the beginner's magic chessboard. It was specially prepared by the elite camp every time a new student entered the Dutian Blood Beast world. After completing the first round of training, they would not appear on the chessboard again. The new students who survived would be the old ones next time. They would have enough experience to complete the next round of training. Anyone with a discerning eye would notice that there was something special about this chessboard. The chess pieces on the chessboard would move on their own accord. They were black and white. The chess pieces were not real Go, but the magical badges of the students. On them were the names of the new contestants. The entire chessboard was a condensed map of the periphery of the Dutian Blood Beast world. On the chessboard, there were miniature versions of the Crimson Moon River, sand dunes, caves, depressions and other terrains. There were also some moving red dots. These red dots represented the magical beasts in the periphery of the Dutian Blood Beast world. The deeper the color of the red dot, the bigger the red dot, the higher the rank of the magical beast. But generally speaking, if there were no special circumstances, the periphery of the Dutian Blood Beast world would be filled with Blood Cloud Beast soldiers of level 9 and below. Most of the mage elite camp students, sacred magicians, and martial grandmasters would be able to barely handle it. As long as the new students were still within the boundaries of the Dutian Blood Beast world, they would appear on the chessboard and move. This way, it would be convenient for Second Elder to grasp the general situation of the students. However, the Second Elder was only a spectator. He would not directly interfere with the training of the new students. Even though he had already noticed that some of the students had already been surrounded by the demonic beasts. The chess pieces on the board corresponded to the 100 badges that had been sent out. With a soft sound, the white magic badge suddenly dimmed like a lamp that had been blown out by the wind. The white magic badge turned gray. Another one had died. The Second Elder sighed. On the chessboard, there were already 16 magic badges that had turned gray. The remaining 84 magic badges were still moving slowly. Every time, the death rate of the freshman trial would exceed 40%. Looking at this year's situation, the death rate might be even higher than in previous years. The Great Elder's guess was very likely correct. The beasts in Skywing City had caused the secret of the Sky Magic Array to be leaked. Some of the minions of the beasts should have already appeared in the Dutian Blood Beast world. In the past few days, it was said that many people who had entered the Blood Beast world had not come out. Those people were not new students. Some of them were even old students of the Warrior Elite camp. It was very suspicious that such a large number of people had gone missing. However, even though the second elder knew this, he did not stop the training of the new students. A storm was coming. Just as the great elder had said, the elite camp could not be their safe haven forever. The warrior elite camp did not need flowers in a greenhouse. The second elder calmed himself down and glanced at the magic badges that were still intact. These badges, apart from being mobile, could also sense the situation of the blood cloud beasts killed by the new students in real time. The badge that killed the most blood cloud beasts also emitted the most dazzling white light. The badge also correspondingly displayed the number of blood cloud beasts killed by the students. A day had passed. For the time being, Feng Tian was in first place. This was exactly as the second elder had predicted. If the chessboard was like a sky, then Feng Tian's magic badge would be like the moon, emitting a dazzling light. As for the other magic badges, they were like stars at the side, appearing much inferior. Some people's badges were even dim, which meant that they had not encountered a single blood cloud beast. Feng Tian was indeed the strongest among the new students. He was the first to break through. After entering the blood beast world, he did not stop at all. On the same day, he killed his way into the nest of the blood crystal beasts. The blood crystal wolves were pack animals. They usually appeared during the day, and there were as many as 10 of them at once. Most of the beasts in the Dutian blood beast world were ferocious by nature. Their attacking power was shocking. 10 blood crystal wolves were enough to annihilate a martial sage. However, someone as strong as Feng Tian did not have such scruples. He was either crazy or so strong that he was completely fearless. His gaze fell on the area where Feng Tian was again. Close to 8 or 9 red dots of beasts swarmed over. In just half a cup of tea's time, those red dots had all disappeared. The number on the emblem that symbolized Feng Tian had already jumped to 103. The number on Feng Tian's magic badge had been fixed at 103. Most of the blood crystal wolves in the vicinity had been killed. It seemed that it would still be difficult for Feng Tian to break Lu Tongtian's record. The second elder stroked his newly grown beard. More than 100 beasts had been killed in one day and one night. The great elder remembered that in the past few years, the record for the number of blood cloud beasts killed in one day was set by Lu Tongtian, who was ranked first on the magic power roll. If he remembered correctly, Lu Tongtian's highest record was 251 blood cloud beasts killed in one day. However, that was also because Lu Tongtian had learned the super spell Vigorous Thunderbolt. It was most effective for killing a group of beasts. With Feng Tian's current strength, it was still impossible for him to break Lu Tongtian's record. The second elder took a look at it, and his gaze fell upon a dull, almost gray magic badge. That magic badge was Yunxing's badge. Due to Yunxing's outstanding talent in alchemy, the second elder had been paying close attention to her ever since she completed the newcomer's assessment. It was a pity that Yunxing's progress in magic power had not been fast in the past few years. She also did not refine any amazing new medicines. This made the second elder somewhat disappointed in her. The thought of taking her in as a disciple had also gradually disappeared. At this moment, Yunxing's magic badge still showed the word 0. Red alert. In the next 3 days, there will be an unprecedented explosion of updates. It's the end of the month. Why are you still hiding the monthly votes? Hurry, spit them out. Chapter 734. Second elder noticed that Yunxing was in a cave near the Crimson Moon River. She had chosen a relatively secluded and safe route. Crimson Moon River was the largest river in the Dutian blood beast sector, but the water was poisonous and inedible. Moreover, there were many blood-toothed crocodiles living under the river. The number of such crocodiles was shocking. Even though their levels were not very high, their numbers were shocking. In the water area, they were considered overlords. Even the blood crystal wolves did not dare to approach Crimson Moon River. Therefore, those who had entered and exited Crimson Moon River earlier knew that as long as they followed the river and did not disturb the blood-toothed crocodiles in the river, it would not be a problem to pass 3 days and 3 nights safely. Yunsheng must have chosen Crimson Moon River because someone had instructed her in advance. Is this child a coward who is afraid of death? She doesn't even have the basic spirit of adventure. Second Elder was a little dissatisfied. Second Elder sighed and felt disappointed that he had misjudged her. He raised his teacup and took a sip. Just as Second Elder was drinking tea, a large number of red dots suddenly appeared in the originally empty area beside Yunsheng's magic badge. The number of red dots was like ants. There were at least dozens of them. Pfft, Second Elder spat out a mouthful of tea. Oh no, Yunsheng couldn't be so unlucky as to accidentally disturb the crocodiles in Crimson Moon River, right? With so many blood-toothed crocodiles, even Second Elder did not have much confidence that he could escape. Second Elder's gaze froze as he looked at Yunsheng's magic badge in disbelief. The surrounding red dots of magical beasts all disappeared at once. The light on the magic badge became brighter and brighter. The numbers on the magic badge were also changing dramatically. 0, 13, 26, 38. Second Elder felt his eyelids twitching nervously. As his eyelids twitched, the numbers on the magic badge continued to change. It jumped from 0 to 60 in an instant. How is this possible? Isn't this Yunsheng's magic badge? How did she kill 60 blood-toothed crocodiles in one go? Second Elder's first reaction was that the magic chessboard was broken. However, when he looked at the other magic badges, everything was normal. After pausing for about half an hour, the number on Yunsheng's magic badge changed again. This time, it increased by another 40 yuan. The third time, it increased by 30 again. In just a few sips of tea, Yunsheng's magic badge had already surpassed Feng Tian's. It was impossible for Yunsheng to achieve that speed by herself. Finally, the number on the magic badge stopped at 200. No, there must be someone helping her. This was the only thought that came to Second Elder's mind. The Second Elder stayed up all night, and when the sun rose the next day, he stared at Yunsheng's magic badge, dumbfounded. Heavens, 500, a total of 500 blood-toothed crocodiles. Yunsheng also didn't move around in other areas. Looking at the situation, she was only concentrated in the Crimson Moon River area to kill the blood-toothed crocodiles. In just 1 day and 1 night, no, to be exact, in 1 night, Yunsheng killed 500 blood-toothed crocodiles. Not to mention the continent's magic elite camp. Even if you looked at the entire continent's elite camp, you couldn't find a second person who could kill so many blood-toothed crocodiles in 1 day. Second Elder couldn't remain calm anymore. If it were someone else, such as Lu Tongtian, who was a godlike killer, they might be able to achieve such a number in 1 day. But Yunsheng was just a newcomer. How could she kill so many blood-toothed crocodiles in such a short time? Second Elder couldn't sit still anymore. He decided to go to Yunsheng's location to see if Yunsheng had used normal methods to kill the blood-toothed crocodiles. As the leader of the team this time, he should ensure that the competition between every student was fair. Second Elder rushed to the middle section of the Crimson Moon River. These 2 days, Yunsheng had concentrated in the Crimson Moon River area to kill magical beasts. When Second Elder arrived, he saw that half of the Crimson Moon River was dyed red. Second Elder just happened to see this scene. Yunsheng used a very strange-shaped knife to cut out the soul stone of the blood-toothed crocodile and the edible meat on its lower jaw. Every time she finished killing a blood-toothed crocodile, she would sprinkle a kind of poison powder on its body and kick it back to the Crimson Moon River. With such speed and such movements, Yunsheng did it naturally and easily. Her efficiency was also astonishingly high. Second Elder immediately dispelled all the doubts in his mind. Yunxing didn't break the rules. She just used the blood-toothed crocodile's bloodthirsty nature to kill crazily at the sight of blood to poison it. The Second Elder left silently. At the end of the Crimson Moon River, Z returned to the hillside according to the agreement and found Green. Green was standing beside the Crimson Moon River. The flowing water was far away, but he ignored it and stared at the wound on his hand in a daze. Z walked to Green's side. He rarely saw his little friend in such a state. He looked like a child who was locked up for 7 days and 7 nights when he first snuck into the Forbidden Lands. I admit defeat. Green's face was a little unnatural. For 1 day and 1 night, he didn't kill a single person. Don't go back on your word. Didn't you say you were going to eat that cold-hearted woman? Z threw down a dozen magic scepters and dozens of weapons. He met many unlucky people along the way. He didn't even leave a bone behind. Green pursed his lips. Yunsheng was such a vicious woman. If he ate her, his intestines would probably rot. With that woman's means, Green felt that he couldn't defeat her without using magic. He looked at the wound on his hand. The wound had already healed, leaving only a shallow cross. With Green's physique and magic, he only needed to cast a small spell to make the wound disappear. But for some reason, he remembered that night when Yunxing held his hand. That feeling seemed to still remain on his skin. Green couldn't bear to let the scar disappear. Don't tell me, you fell in love with that human woman. Z realized that something was wrong with his friend. Bah, who likes humans? I hate humans the most. Green jumped up as if his eyebrows were on fire. He was anxious and embarrassed. He was a descendant of the 8 barren mythical beasts with noble blood. How could he fall in love with a cruel and shameless human? It's best that you don't. The mixed blood beasts are already despised by humans. What's more, that woman is a dirty human. This kind of human can only be used as a slave or plaything at most. Z didn't think much of it. He thought that this time, Green was just acting on a whim. After hearing Z's words, Green's beautiful eyes flashed and he didn't say a word. Just then, a 5-colored cloud appeared above the Crimson Moon River. Chapter 735. In the Blood Beast world, the clouds in the sky were all red. Green and Purple raised their eyebrows at the sight of the 5-colored cloud. As soon as Lute saw the multicolored cloud, an unnatural expression appeared on her face. Tisk, looks like the others have arrived. Let's go. If we don't, Hey Lin Lin will beat us to it. The 2 figures flashed and disappeared into the morning sun at an incredible speed. 3 days and 3 nights passed quickly. There were only 56 magic badges left on Second Elder's newbie chessboard. 44 people had lost their lives in this newbie trial. At this time, Yunxing had just completed the 3 days and 3 nights of training. Before leaving the cave, Yunxing counted the spirit stones in her beast speech ring. There was a total of 1,100 spirit stones. 3 days and 3 nights, 1,100 spirit stones. Blood-toothed crocodile was a level 7 or 8 magical beast. Because it was a blood cloud beast, its spirit stones were more expensive than other magical beasts. These spirit stones could be sold for 1,000,000 gold coins. Yunxing did not know how Feng Tian was doing, but she had tried her best. On the first day, she used the few warriors from the elite camp to lure and kill nearly 500 blood-toothed crocodiles. Just digging out the spirit stones and taking out the meat took her the whole day. At night, she stayed in the cave. During the day, she used the poisoned blood-toothed crocodile's corpse to continue killing them. For the next 2 days, she did not know if it was because of her crazy killing that made the blood-toothed crocodiles wary and unwilling to surface. The number of blood-toothed crocodiles that came to die decreased. On the last day, there were only about 300 of them. It could be said that she had killed all the blood-toothed crocodiles within a 10-mile radius of the river. If she went further down, she would have to go to the lower reaches of the Crimson Moon River, or even the middle of the Dutian blood beast world. That was obviously not a place where a newbie like Yunxing could go. After tidying up, Yunxing walked towards the Dutian relay station. At the relay station, Second Elder and a few of the students who had returned earlier were already waiting there. Many of them looked like they had just been through a fierce battle, and there were more or less wounds on their bodies. In comparison, Feng Tian's situation was much better. He didn't say a word and waited at the side, waiting for the Second Elder to announce the final result after everyone returned. When Yunxing walked in, she looked relaxed and content. It was as if she had returned from a vacation for the past 3 days. When the Second Elder saw Yunxing, he couldn't help but cough. His expression looked a little strange. At night, there were still over 20 students who had yet to return. The Second Elder looked at the newbie chessboard and realized that the 20 or so students who were supposed to be returning had all suddenly disappeared. The magic badges that symbolized them all disappeared at once. There were no signs of any powerful magical beasts around the students. Second Elder's heart immediately sank. Not good, it's eating people. The blood clouds are eating people. Several warriors covered in blood rushed into the station in fright. Those warriors had just passed through the middle of the Dutian blood beast world and were preparing to rush to the relay station before night fell. Who knew that at this moment, they would hear a sharp, whistle-like sound? Looking up, there was a colorful, strange cloud in the sky, flashing with colorful light. That strange cloud suddenly swallowed a few nearby martial artists, who were not on guard, were swept up by the strange force and were all swallowed up in an instant. That strange cloud was still moving. Looking at its direction, it was heading towards the middle of the Dutian blood beast world. Hearing this, the Second Elder finally understood why more than 20 students had disappeared all of a sudden. It seemed that these students must have met the strange cloud on their way and been swallowed and swept away. The Dutian blood beast world was the birthplace of the blood beast clouds on the mainland. The area where the blood beast clouds were born was in the middle of the blood beast world. The blood beast that appeared there was much more powerful than the magical beasts in the outer area. But now, the 20 or so new students were still missing. Second Elder had to find out where they were. The Second Elder pondered. He only had 30 new students under him at the moment. Although these students had completed the newcomer trials, they did not have the ability to enter the middle of the blood beast world. It seemed that he could only contact Great Elder and find a group of senior students who had experience entering the middle of the blood beast world. Only then could he find the missing students. Just as the Second Elder was hesitating, a martial artist who looked like an elder rushed in. He was 7 feet tall and had a red face. Behind him, there were a few new students who were seriously injured. Xiao He, you're really here. Hurry up and give me some life-saving pills. As soon as the cultivator entered, he saw the Second Elder and didn't give him any time to explain. He grabbed hold of the Second Elder and didn't let him go. Tinglei Gang, that is your student, not mine. What are you shouting for? Second Elder was vexed about how to solve this sudden incident. Being shouted at by this person made him even more depressed. This person was called Tinglei Gang. He was the 6th elder of the elite warrior camp. He had a rough personality. Like Elder Hellion, he had a loud voice and a rash personality. Second Elder did not like him. You old man, if you don't save them, don't expect me to tell you where the missing students are. Tinglei Gang glared. Saving people was like putting out a fire. This old man was so long-winded. What, you saw my students? Where are they? Hearing this, second elder immediately took out some elixirs and ordered the students at the side to treat and bandage the injured. Humph, that group of unlucky bastards. They were all swallowed by the five-colored cloud. Ting Leigang thought of the previous encounter and his back was drenched in cold sweat. Ting Leigang, you watched our students get swallowed and did not help. When the second elder heard this, he was instantly enraged. He didn't care that all the students were present and grabbed Ting Leigang's warrior robe. Old man, you still dare to shout at me. If I did not have to save those useless people, how many students would I have lost? Ting Leigang was enraged. He was like a red-eyed bull. This time, the second elder had misunderstood the warriors' elite camp. Ting Leigang and second elder were the same. They brought the newcomers of the elite warrior camp to participate in the 3-day and 3-night blood purge. Just as Ting Leigang gathered the students and prepared to return to the relay station, they coincidentally met the 20 or so students of the elite mage camp. A five-colored cloud suddenly appeared in the sky. Because of the strange color of the cloud, it was different from the normal beast blood clouds. The warriors could not help but take a few more glances at it. Who knew that the strange cloud would suddenly release a strange tornado-like force? The 20 or so students of the elite mage camp cried out miserably as they were all sucked into the strange cloud. It was hard to say whether they were dead or alive. Ting Leigang thought that the elite mage camp and the elite warrior camp were of the same origin. If he did not save them, he would be too heartless. Thus, he ordered a few elite students to go forward and save them. How could he have known that the strange multicolored cloud was so powerful that those martial artists failed to rescue them? Some were injured, and some were swept away. In the end, it was he who risked his life to save those who were missing arms and legs. Chapter 736. Speaking of this, Ting Leigang was so depressed that he wanted to vomit blood. This time he led the team out. Not only did he not gain any merit, but he also lost so many people. Some of them were seriously injured. He did not know if there would be any sequelae after treatment. These warriors were the elites of the warriors' elite camp. This kind of injury was likely to cause permanent damage. When he returned, he did not know how the ghost prison's great elder would punish him. Thinking of this, Ting Leigang did not have a good tone. Second elder, those people's bleeding has been stopped. However, to recover quickly, they need the help of a magician who knows light magic. Yunxing walked up at the right time. Only then did the two elders withdraw their hands. Elder Ting looked at the injuries of the wounded and found that the wounds of the students were properly treated. He then looked at the female magician who spoke earlier. Seeing her patiently distributing elixirs and calming the emotions of the wounded, the anger in his heart subsided a little. Just when the two elders were not pleasing to the eye, a lot of wounded people came into the relay station one after another. What everyone said was more or less the same as what Elder Ting said. Most of these people came from other countries or clans on the continent. They also encountered the strange five-colored cloud. But according to the time and place, it was obvious that these people encountered a five-colored cloud. The situation suddenly became urgent. The five-colored cloud seemed to be a kind of beast blood cloud. But this kind of cloud could even swallow a martial arts master or even a martial arts saint. It was much more powerful than the ordinary beast blood cloud. Moreover, looking at the situation, the five-colored beast blood cloud appeared and disappeared. Its whereabouts and number were also uncertain. It seems that we can only contact the camp first. Elder Ting, I have offended you just now, please forgive me. Second elder also felt that the situation had reached the point where they had to contact the camp. Ting Leigang also calmed down and went to take care of his students. Yunsheng was also very busy. As the only doctor present, she was so busy that she did not sleep for the whole night just by bandaging the wounds. Fortunately, she had already experienced this kind of scene when she was a volunteer at the Red Cross. This night, Yunsheng and the new students did not have a good rest. In the relay station, there would be people coming to report from time to time. Some of the wounded had already stopped breathing before they even reached the relay station. At dawn the next day, in the relay station, everyone's face was filled with exhaustion and panic. Finally, it was noon. The door of the relay station was pushed open and an unfamiliar elder led a group of students in. They were travel-worn and had very little luggage. There were not many of them, only about 10 of them. Although there were only a dozen people, Yunsheng knew many of them. Among them were Qi, Gu Feng, Lan, and Chen Lianer. As soon as they entered, the smell of blood in the relay station made them frown. Due to the sudden news from the second elder, most of the instructors and students in the camp were still outside. Seeing that the situation could not be delayed, the first elder personally selected a few people to provide reinforcements. When Gu Feng and Qi found out that it was related to Yunsheng, they immediately begged their mentors to come with them. They were worried about Yunsheng's safety. In second elder's message, he did not mention whether Yunsheng was among the 20 or so students who had gone missing. When they saw that Yunsheng was safe and sound, Qi and Gu Feng heaved a sigh of relief. The elder leading the team was the fourth elder of the magic elite camp. He was proficient in all kinds of magic arrays. He was not in the camp earlier, so Yunsheng did not recognize him. When the fourth elder entered the relay station, he noticed that the number of new students had shrunk by half. It was the first time in the history of the magic elite camp that such a heavy loss had occurred. Among the instructors, the only light magic instructor who came this time was the Shiguang, Gu Feng's instructor. The Shiguang instructor looked ordinary, but he had a comfortable face. He was a middle-aged man with an elegant temperament. When he saw Yunsheng, although he did not like Yunsheng's instructor, Dark Gold, he had a good impression of Yunsheng. "You are Yunsheng. I heard Gu Feng talk about you often. I heard that your healing magic is also very powerful. If we have time, we can exchange pointers." The Shiguang instructor had already seen the injuries of most of the new students. At first glance, even the experienced Daoist like Shiguang found that Yunsheng had handled the matter in a timely manner and couldn't help but praise her. The fourth elder asked, "The newbie test has ended, right? What's the result this time?" Feng Tian, who was standing at the side, puffed out his chest. He believed that with his results this time, it was natural for him to get first place. Dozens of new students, especially Feng Tian, looked at the Shiguang instructor eagerly. The first place this time is Yunsheng. The second place is Feng Tian. The third place is Lu Lianghu. The second elder announced the result that surprised everyone. But what was even more surprising was when the second elder told everyone that Yunsheng had killed 1,100 blood cloud beasts in 3 days and 3 nights. When Yunsheng's first kill record reached as high as 501 blood cloud beasts, everyone, including the new students of the mainland's elite warrior camp, was dumbfounded. Feng Tian stared at Yunsheng's magic badge in disbelief. In the panic earlier, he did not notice that Yunsheng's badge actually showed such a shocking number. The 4-digit number of blood cloud beasts on Yunsheng's magic badge stunned the new and old students. Feng Tian took a look and tore off his magic badge with a gloomy expression. Especially when the second elder announced that not only did Yunsheng get first place, but she also broke the first kill record of the newbie test. The number of blood cloud beasts killed in a single day had reached 501 blood cloud beasts. In the mainland's elite warrior camp, there was a saying that the number of blood cloud beasts killed on the first day of the trial for the first time was called the first kill. The first kill record was held by Lu Tongtian in the early days and no one had broken it for 8 or 9 years. Wow, that's a broken record. 500 blood cloud beasts, that's breaking Lu Tongtian's record. TSK, How can the old students live like this? Looks like in another 2 years, the top 3 on the magic power rankings will change. It was unknown who it was, but someone unintentionally shouted a few words. Her. 1,100 blood cloud beasts. What a joke. Chen Lianer's face was full of disbelief. With Yunxing's strength, it was already unbelievable that she could become the fighting king in the Yellow Wings division, not to mention in a place like the Blood Beast sector. Not only the remaining 40 students, but even the old students who had rushed over were the same. Especially Lu Tongtian. When he found out that his record was broken by a new student in the newbie test, his face was full of suspicion. Some people even had disdain in their eyes. Chapter 737. This group of people brought by the fourth elder could be considered the true elites of the mainland's magic elite camp. Even with their talent and ability, they did not receive such an honor during the newcomer's trial. What was Yunxing's level of training? She had only been in the camp for less than 2 or 3 years, and her level of training had only just broken through to become a holy mage. To put it bluntly, this kind of person did not deserve to stand here and be on equal footing with them. Yunxing had already expected that there would be people who did not believe her. She did not say much, and took out a bag from the beast language ring. She tipped the bag, and more than 1,000 spirit stones rolled out. The rarest thing was that these spirit stones were all the same size, color, and shape. They are all spirit stones from blood-toothed crocodiles, and they are all in good condition. The fourth elder inspected. I have also observed. There are no problems with her results. The second elder personally testified. Feng Tian was somewhat vexed. He did not expect that he would be defeated by someone who was 1 level lower than him. Even the second elder had announced the results. This proved that Yunxing's results were well deserved. Here is a cleansing spirit pill as the reward for first place. As for second and third place, you will receive the opportunity to learn high-level magic when you return to the elite camp. Because of the unexpected disappearance of the students, the second elder was no longer in the mood to think about the newcomer's trial. Yunxing had received the cleansing spirit pill, but unfortunately, she could not find a chance to use it at the moment. After the newcomer's trial came to an end, the second elder and the fourth elder discussed through the night. Very quickly, they came up with a plan. Today's situation is urgent. We must find the 20 students as soon as possible. I have discussed with the fourth elder and decided to form a temporary battle team to complete this rescue mission. Before that, I want to tell you some things about the Dutian Blood Beast world. These things can be said to be the biggest secret of the Dutian Blood Beast world. Second elder analyzed the situation and decided to announce the matter of the Blood Beast world to the public. When the new students heard this, they all revealed curious expressions. On the other hand, the senior students, especially Lu Tongtian and Lan, all had calm expressions. It was obvious that they already knew the secret of the Blood Beast world. The second elder's usual amiable appearance was replaced with an incomparably solemn expression. I believe that everyone here should know the origin of the Dutian Blood Beast world. The 8 most powerful divine weapons of the continent were also made famous in the Blood Beast sector. Then, do you know of the 8 most powerful beast tribes on the continent thousands of years ago? Gu Feng thought for a while and said, in the history of the continent, the 8 most powerful beast god clans were known as the Bakra orcs. They included the Black Qilin, 9 Luan, Celestial Fox, Boss Serpent, Winged Rock, Green Hell Wolf, Behemoth, and D clan. It is said that the leaders of the 8 wild beasts died in this Dutian Blood Beast world. What Gu Feng said was something that most of the people present knew. On the boundless continent, no matter if it was a warrior, a mage, or a summoner, after entering a dojo, temple, or summoning center, they would have to learn about the corresponding brief history of the continent. Among them, there were records of the Bakra orcs, the greatest enemy of the human race, as well as the 8 barons' divine equipment and the 8 great experts. The brief history of the continent began with the 8 barons chapter. About 5,000 years ago, the boundless continent was still under the absolute rule of the beast race. The beast race was licentious, taxed excessively, and even enslaved the human race. The human race was weak and was enslaved for thousands of years. At that time, 8 extraordinarily talented powerhouses appeared among the human race. They were the greatest magicians, warriors, and summoners of the continent at that time. These 8 experts found the most outstanding blacksmith of the continent and created the 8 barons' divine equipment. They swore to expel the beast race. When the war broke out, almost the entire continent was in turmoil. The flames of war spread across the entire continent and nearly 90% of the human race and beast race were implicated. In the end, the 8 great experts and the leader of the Bakra orcs agreed to fight to the death with 1,000,000 soldiers. At that time, the 8 great experts and the 8 leaders of the beast race all had the terrifying power to destroy the world. They were worried that if they fought to the death, they might implicate the entire continent. No one wanted to end up with a continent riddled with holes at the end of the war. In order to avoid suffering, they used supreme magic to temporarily open up a magical space called the Blood Realm. The Blood World was the predecessor of the Dutian Blood Beast World. It was also the battlefield where the 1,000,000 soldiers of the beast race fought. The beast race and the human race fought for the right to rule the continent. In the end, the 8 great experts of the human race used the 8 barons' divine equipment to kill the heads of the 8 leaders. They used the blood of the 8 leaders to create a magical array that defied the heavens. Only then did the war that lasted for nearly 100 years stop. That magical array was located at the core of the blood beast world, the Dutian blood seal. Even after the elders of the 8 great clans were killed, a large number of demonic beasts and demonic soldiers were still trapped in the blood world. In the end, they were trapped to death in the Dutian blood world. After so many years, these mountains of corpses and seas of blood rotted. The souls of the beasts formed a blood evil. Even the air was poisonous. The blood evil accumulated over the years and formed the beast blood clouds. Some of the beast blood clouds hatched in the Dutian blood world and became the demonic beasts that ran rampant in the blood beast world. Some of them crawled through the cracks of the blood world and entered the boundless land. These were the things that the students present knew from the recorded history of the continent. Second Elder, what does this have to do with our rescue mission? Gu Feng's question was also the question that everyone else had. The recorded history of the continent only recorded part of the facts. There is a secret that no one knows. That is, the Bakra orcs that were thought to be extinct a long time ago were not completely extinct. Second Elder sighed. What? The students were all shocked when they heard this. Yunxing's heart also skipped a beat. She herself was a descendant of the beast clan of the 8 wastelands. However, she did not expect that other than her mother, Hu Jiuxing, there were actually other descendants of the beast clan of the 8 wastelands in this world. History always recorded the most dignified side of the victors. The descendants of the 8 great masters who established the few big countries in the boundless land were also whitewashed by the historians. On the continent, there were only a few historical records that recorded that the 8 great masters killed the leaders of the Bakra orcs. However, the leaders of the 8 wild beasts were indeed peerless masters. At the moment of life and death, they used their last bit of divine power to open a passage in the blood world. Through that secret passage, the leaders of the 8 wastelands beast clans sent the last bloodline of their tribes to another continent. Speaking of which, you should have more or less guessed the cause of this incident. The second elder knew of this matter from the personal notes of the 2 founders of the elite camp. Since the elite camp knew about this incident, the other powers of the continent would more or less know about it too. That means, the Bakra orcs are not extinct. Their descendants are most likely still living and breeding in another continent. The students became restless when they heard this. Chapter 738. That's right. The descendants of the Bakra orcs may have already settled down in another continent and formed a prosperous and powerful existence comparable to the boundless continent. If you were the descendants of the Bakra orcs and were exiled and slaughtered many years ago, what would you do? The second elder lamented. One day, they would kill their way back to the boundless continent and avenge the fallen leaders of the 8 great beast clans. The students already had an answer in their hearts. At the same time, a wave of fear surged in their hearts. The era of the 8 great masters had passed many years ago. On the continent, there were no more peak existences comparable to the 8 great masters. Even the 8 barren artifacts used by the 8 great masters were nowhere to be found. Under such circumstances, if the descendants of the Bakra orcs were to make a comeback, the boundless continent would be in imminent danger. Knowing this, the descendants of the 8 great masters, including the 5 great countries and other forces, had been trying their best to find clues about the descendants of the Bakra orcs for thousands of years. They had opened part of the seal of the Dutian blood beast world in hopes of finding the secret passage opened by the 8 great masters through the blood beast world and finally exterminating the Bakra orcs. However, after so many years of searching, there were no results. The 5 great countries and other forces issued an order to report immediately if there were any clues about the descendants of the Bakra orcs. If there were any suspected descendants of the Bakra orcs, they were to be killed without mercy. The second elder had no choice but to tell the students about the past that had been covered in dust for many years. He suspected that the leak of the sky magic array in Sky Wing City had directly led to the return of the descendants of the Bakra orcs to the continent. Even the beast clans were looking for the secret passage that had been left behind. Second elder, you mean that the 5-colored cloud this time is very likely related to the descendants of the Bakra orcs? Although Lon knew a little, this was the first time he had heard of the existence of a secret passage in the Dutian blood beast world. That's just a guess. Until now, they have not been able to figure out what the 5-colored cloud is. What happened in the central region of the blood beast world? The only thing he could do now was to enter the central region and investigate. These are only my and 4th elder's speculations. The rest is for you to discover. Hearing the second elder's words, the hearts of the students sank. Especially Yunxing, her heart was in turmoil. She finally understood why the Zhao state wanted to kill Hu Jiuxing after finding out Hu Jiuxing's identity. Why would the emperor of Zhou state cooperate with the Zhao state to encircle and suppress Hu Jiuxing? The ancestor of the Zhou state emperor was also one of the 8 great masters. He must have left a secret handwritten letter or a posthumous edict for his descendants. Half of the blood of the 8 Wastelands beast clan flowed in her body. If this matter was leaked out, where would she go? Yunxing thought to herself. Second elder considered the fact that there were more than 40 new students who were not qualified to enter the middle region of the Dutian blood beast world. But the rescue mission required a large number of people. The new students had to participate. Second elder and 4th elder also made the corresponding arrangements. Second elder and a dozen students stayed at the relay station. 4th elder led the remaining 30 students into the middle region of the blood beast world. Other than the dazzling light teacher and his students, the rest had to stay at the relay station. All the students had to join a battle team to enter the middle region of the blood beast world. 4th elder led 10 people each. He chose 2 students to be temporary team leaders to lead their respective battle teams. Lu Tongtian, Lon, you are the strongest among all the students. You have the most experience in entering and exiting the blood beast world. I will leave the new students to you. Lu Tongtian and Lon also chose their own students. Chen Liener, Feng Tian and Lu Tongtian were in one team. Yun Sheng, Qi and Lon were in another. The three teams walked side by side and headed towards the middle region of the Blood Beast world. Along the way, Yunxing noticed that the outer region of the Blood Beast world had indeed changed. Many warriors and magicians had retreated towards the outer region of the Blood Beast world. Occasionally, there would be news of the five-colored clouds swallowing people. At the bottom of the Crimson Moon River, the red blood fog ahead was even thicker. Looking ahead, everything 10 meters away was a blur. Before they left, Second Elder had instructed that all the students had to take an antidote before entering the middle region of the Blood Beast world. The old students took one, the new students took two. But regardless of whether they were old or new, they had to leave the Blood Beast world within 24 hours after taking the antidote. Also, under no circumstances were they allowed to enter the core region of the Blood Beast world. Otherwise, if the thick blood aura around the blood seal invaded the human body, it could cause a mental breakdown and cause them to go berserk. Yes, sir, everyone said in unison. Just as the three teams were about to enter the middle region of the Blood Beast world, Lu Tongtian suddenly stopped Lan and her team. Lan, you and I each have a team. Why don't we have a spar? Lu Tongtian said arrogantly as he glanced at Lan. Lan was the number 2 on the magic ranking of the continent's elite camp. In the past 2 years, she had been the most direct threat to Lu Tongtian. Moreover, she was also the direct disciple of the Great Elder. The camp had always been discussing that Lan would very likely inherit the position of Great Elder in the future. This made Lu Tongtian, who wanted to stand out and make a name for himself on the continent, very wary. Lan was also a proud person. Since Lu Tongtian had issued a challenge, she naturally would not back down. In terms of composition, Lu Tongtian's team had Chen Liener, who was in the top 100 on the magic ranking, and 3 or 4 other seniors. Among the new students, there was also Feng Tian, who was previously the number 1 on the potential ranking. As for Lan's group, due to her personality, she did not like Chen Lian, and Feng Tian Yi, so she chose Yunxing and Qi, who were relatively low-key. The remaining seniors were all rookies with average strength. It looked like Lu Tongtian's team was slightly stronger. But Lan was not discouraged. Okay, we'll use this 24-hour as the limit. Within 24 hours, the team that kills the most blood cloud beasts or rescues the most students will be the winner. As for the wager, it's up to you. Lan immediately discussed with her team members and decided to accept the challenge. Then I won't stand on ceremony. My wager is that the team that loses this time will automatically give up on the next mission to find the divine artifact. Lu Tongtian had already expected Lan to fall for it. Lan did not expect Lu Tongtian to make such a request. The day to find the 8 barren divine artifact was coming. The Great Elder had said long ago that Lan must participate this time. Lu Tongtian must have heard some rumors, which was why he deliberately said this. There had always been rumors that the 8 barren divine artifact unearthed this time was very likely to be the fashion's bracelet left behind by the first Foz hen. The Great Elder's original intention was to let Lan use this opportunity to obtain the fashion's bracelet and inherit the Great Elder's mantle. Chapter 739. The Fourth Elder did not interfere with the competition. For these elite students, the competition between the two teams was more beneficial for their growth. Moreover, the Fourth Elder also wanted to see who was more suitable to be the leader of the next divine artifact mission of the continent's magic elite camp through this competition. Azura hesitated. The trip to the divine weapon was very important to her. If she agreed rashly, her teacher found out, he would be furious. Seeing that Azura was still hesitating, Chen Liener took the opportunity to add fuel to the fire. She said sweetly, "It seems that Sister Lan thinks that just the qualification for the divine weapon mission is not enough. Why don't I add 1,000,000 gold coins in my name? The winning team will get an extra 1,000,000 gold coins." The students who entered the Dutian Blood Beast World Trial, especially Lu and Azura, had even entered the middle area of the Blood Beast World. The soul stones from killing a general-level magical beast were worth hundreds of thousands. 1,000,000 gold coins, in the eyes of Lu Tongtian and senior sister Lan, was really nothing. Chen Lianer only dared to strut around here because of Lu Tongtian's reputation. If Azure did not agree now, it would seem that she was stingy and afraid of Lu Tongtian and the others. Since we are going to compete, how can 1,000,000 gold coins be worthy of Sister Lan? Why don't I add a bet? 100 million gold coins. The loser will hand over 100 million gold coins and the right to participate in the Divine Weapon mission. The clear female voice was very sudden. The expressions of the 20 people in the two teams changed. 100 million gold coins was a shocking amount. Even Fourth Elder couldn't help but tremble. Looking at the person who spoke, it was Yunxing, who had just set a new record in the newcomer trial. Student, a competition between students is only for learning from each other. 100 million gold coins is a bit too much. Fourth Elder quickly interfered. Or is it that senior brother Lu, number 1 on the magic power rankings, together with a dozen other senior brothers and sisters, can't even take out a measly 100 million gold coins and are afraid to accept the challenge? Yunsheng looked at Lu Tongtian and Chen Lianer provocatively. After being provoked by Yunsheng like this, Lu Tongtian's face flushed red. He snorted, "This junior sister sure talks big. But before junior sister invites a battle, shouldn't you consider clearly whether you can take out so many gold coins? Millions of gold coins might not be a big deal, but hundreds of millions of gold coins was equivalent to a country's annual expenditure." Lu Tongtian did not believe that a commoner girl who had been in the camp for less than 3 years would be able to fork out so much money. Limitless gold card, usable throughout the continent. There are 100 million gold coins inside. Fourth Elder, please help me appraise it. Yunxing handed the 100 million gold card to the Fourth Elder. The Fourth Elder subconsciously took the gold card. After examining it, he confirmed that it was indeed a gold card issued by the Limitless Chamber of Commerce. Lu Tongtian's face twitched. Seeing this, Chen Lianer said softly, "Senior brother Lu, accept her offer. Why don't you accept the gold coins that are delivered to your doorstep?" Lan was also surprised by Yunxing's generosity. But after being provoked by Yunxing, the hesitation in Lan's heart disappeared. If they lost, the gold coins would belong to Yunxing. If they won, the glory would belong to Lan and her entire team. Alright, then I implore Fourth Elder to bear witness. After 24 hours, let's see who rescues the trapped students first and who rescues the most students. Lu Tongtian and Lan clapped their hands to make an oath. The Fourth Elder could only let them bear witness. See you in 24 hours. Lan swallowed the antidote in one gulp. Behind her, the students did the same. The two teams, 20 or so people, charged into the middle of the Dutian Blood Beast world. At this time, in the middle of the Dutian Blood Beast world, beside a vast red river, a multicolored cloud landed on the ground. When the cloud landed, the multicolored light around it gradually dissipated, revealing its true appearance. This multicolored cloud, which was mysterious to the outside world, was actually an empty ship. It turned out that this multicolored cloud, which had caused panic in the Dutian Blood Beast world, was actually an empty ship with powerful magic. On the multicolored empty ship hung a flag, embroidered with a snow-white fox. The fox had 5 tails behind it, looking very strange. After the empty ship landed, a young girl came down from it. The girl was dressed in pink. She had almond-shaped eyes and peachy cheeks. She had black hair and golden eyes. She wasn't old, but she had developed very well. Her waist was thin and her chest was big. Her every movement exuded an irresistible charm. After she came down, a group of young men and women followed her down. Those who came down from the ship were all young men and women in their 20s. All of them were graceful and had a charm that could captivate one's soul. At the place where the multicolored empty ship landed, there were already a few young men and women with different styles waiting. At first glance, these people were obviously not from the boundless land. But from their appearance, these people were definitely not demonic beasts. They looked no different from ordinary humans. No one would have thought that these young men and women who looked no different from humans were the descendants of the Bakra orcs, who had been trying to exterminate the boundless land for thousands of years. Although the almond-eyed girl was not old, she had a natural charm. She walked over leisurely, her slender waist swaying. Her beautiful eyes looked around with some anticipation. "Humph, Hu Linglong, you are looking for a cuckold. Looking for a man as soon as you come. Indeed, the women of the celestial fox people can't live without men." Seeing the almond-eyed girl's coquettish appearance, a girl mocked. The girl's appearance was much worse than Hu Linglong's. She was unusually tall, with a narrow face and high cheekbones. She had a head of messy yellow hair. Although she was a girl, she was taller than a man. She looked like a small giant. The worst thing was that the girl's nose was very strange. It was big and flat as if it had been run over by a wheel. She obviously hated Hu Linglong, so she spoke with sarcasm. "Rita, the women of the celestial fox people are naturally beautiful. Unlike some women, no one wants them even if they throw themselves at you." Hu Linglong covered her mouth and giggled. When the woman from the beaming clan called Rita heard this, she frowned and a mocking smile appeared on her face. "Hu Linglong, are you tired of living? You dare to offend the beaming clan?" The descendant of the beaming clan, Rita, shouted. Her body moved faster than lightning. She charged straight towards the almond-eyed girl with her fighting spirit. Her collision tore a huge hole in the air. It was as if she had a force of 1,000 pounds. The almond-eyed girl looked delicate. If she was hit like this, her blood would definitely splatter. Unexpectedly, the almond-eyed girl giggled. When Rita knocked her away, her delicate figure disappeared. Behind Rita, Hu Linglong was standing gracefully with a complacent face. "Hu Linglong, you actually learned the super magic of the celestial fox people, Wind Shadow spell." Rita did not expect that her attack would not succeed. Chapter 740. Hee, Rita, don't underestimate the celestial fox tribe just because the beaming tribe is a middle-tier beast tribe. Once upon a time, our celestial fox tribe was a top-tier dire beast that was comparable to the black Chelan tribe. The secret passageway that saved the entire beast tribe was opened by the black Chelan king and the nine-tailed celestial fox ancestor. Hu Linglong revealed a fascinated expression when she mentioned the glory of the celestial fox tribe. "Bah, you still have the nerve to mention those old and rotten things. If you have the ability, you can mention them in front of He Linlin. See if she won't break your spine," Rita spat. When Hu Linglong heard He Linlin's name, she was both fearful and angry. However, she did not dare to flare up. After all, what Rita said was true. These young people of unknown origins were the descendants of the Bakra orcs that the second elder had guessed earlier. However, the second elder did not expect that these young people were all the direct descendants of the Bakra orcs. They were the people who were most likely to inherit the 8 wilderness beast gods' legacy in the future. It was definitely not a coincidence that they were gathered here. Back then, the 2 most powerful leaders of the Bakra orcs tribes, the Black Chelan king and the nine-tailed celestial fox ancestor, opened up a secret passageway at the last moment and transferred the last bit of the Bakra orcs' bloodline. However, what everyone, including the 8 great powerhouses, did not know was that the leaders of the Bakra orcs not only opened up a secret passageway at the last moment, they also passed down the beast god's legacy that contained the strongest power of the Bakra orcs to their descendants. The beast god's legacy also contained a portion of the beast god's power. It was also because of the lack of this portion of the beast god's power that the leaders of the Bakra orcs tribes were defeated by the 8 great powerhouses of the human race at the last moment. However, in order to allow the descendants of the Bakra orcs to return to the mainland while they were still alive, the 8 leaders could only give up their lives. The descendants of the Bakra orcs were sent to a desolate and remote mainland. After hundreds of years of development, the descendants of the Bakra orcs conquered the natives of the mainland and established their own political power. Among them, the most outstanding dire beast bloodline would be chosen as the Bakra orcs' successor. Most of the successors of the Bakra orcs knew each other since young. They were born and had been baptized at the beast god altar. However, the status of each successor was different. The reason for this was related to the development of the 8 Wastelands beast clans over the years. After the Bakra Oran tribe had Bakra orcs, the tribe, after a few changes, the once prosperous tribe had declined. Today's Bakra orcs were divided into upper, middle, and lower classes according to the tribal competition held every 10 years. The top 3 in the competition were upper-class orcs, the 4th to 6th were middle-class orcs, and the last 2 were lower-class orcs. Over the years, the 3 upper-class orc tribes were the Black Chelan tribe, the 9-1 tribe, and the D tribe. As for the behemoth tribe that Rita was in, it was a middle-class orc. The celestial fox tribe that the fox charming girl, who Linglong, was in had declined for many years and was a lower-class orc. The reason was because the celestial fox tribe had not had a saint or saintess who could successfully awaken a divine beast for 3 generations. They had been defeated in every tribal competition. This was why the once glorious upper-class Bakra orcs had fallen to a lower-class orc. To make matters worse, their current saintess was rumored to be a good-for-nothing who did not even know basic magic. She had not left the tribe since she was young and rarely appeared in front of outsiders. This time, the inheritors of the Bakra orcs' divine beasts had entered the Dutian blood beast world. Only the celestial fox people did not send the direct bloodline celestial fox saintess. This fox girl who looked very coquettish was actually the cousin of the current saintess. She was beautiful, but she only knew some charming tricks and illusions. Although Hu Linglong was young, she knew how to charm people since she was young. She saw the prosperity of the 9-1 tribe and thought that one day, she could rely on her beauty to make Green, the successor of the Blue 1 tribe, favor her. Green was the successor of the mythical beast recognized by the current patriarch of the Qinghuan tribe. As long as he took a fancy to them, the Heavenly Fox tribe and Hu Linglong's tribe would receive great benefits. However, she liked Green a lot and always thought of ways to seduce him. Green did not feel anything, and this made Hu Linglong very angry. Rita from the Behemoth tribe always liked to use the matter of being green to mock Hu Linglong. Whenever the two of them met, they would have a huge fight. In the past, Rita always had the upper hand. However, recently, Hu Linglong had used some unknown method to learn the super wind magic, the wind shadow spell. She was actually able to dodge Rita's brute force attacks. This made Rita very unhappy. Rita, you only have some brute force. Do you really think that I am afraid of you? Hu Linglong's almond-shaped eyes looked up. The ugly behemoth girl thought that she was extraordinary just because she was the daughter of the tribe leader. These successors of the beast god had not gone through the beast god inheritance, and Hu Linglong boasted that her strength was not much different from Rita's. Whether I am afraid or not, we will know after we fight. In anger, Rita's body was overflowing with a terrifying fighting aura. Hu Linglong also started to chant. The two were about to fight. At this moment, 2 figures rushed over from afar like arrows piercing through the clouds. You are too presumptuous. Do you think that the commotion is not big enough? Zi's face was cold as he stood between the two. When Rita and Hu Linglong saw Z and Green, who was walking over slowly, they were delighted. Rita looked at Z, and there was a rare hint of shyness on her face. Z was the descendant of the D clan, and this clan had always produced handsome men and beautiful women since ancient times. In Rita's eyes, Z's sword-like eyebrows were raised, and his slender eyes were shining with a cold and arrogant light. His body was thin, and the strong lines of his chin made him look very cold, but at the same time, he exuded a strong masculine aura. Hu Linglong looked at Green. Green was the direct successor of the superior beast Green Phoenix tribe. He was also the only genius among the Bakra orcs who could be compared to the genius girl of the Black Kirin tribe, He Linlin. Green and Z were good friends, and both of them had their own merits. In comparison, Z was like a 10,000-year-old iceberg, aloof and cold, while Green was more attractive. Although he was young, he was very handsome, and had a kind of neutral beauty. Even the charming celestial fox Hu Linglong admitted that she could not compare to Green. Rita had a crush on Z, and Hu Linglong was obsessed with Green. It was not a secret among the successors. When the successors of the other tribes saw this scene, they were also used to it. As soon as she saw Lu, Hu Linglong immediately put away her crossbow attitude. She shyly walked to Lu's side. "Where are He Linlin and Chinya?" Green and Z only saw 4 people. They were Chi Mugwan of the Bash tribe, Qian Shuecho of the Winged Rock tribe, Rita of the Behemoth tribe, and Hu Linglong of the Celestial Fox people. They did not see He Linlin of the Black Kirin tribe and Chinya of the Green Hell Wolf tribe. There will be 2 more chapters tonight, and there will be an explosion tomorrow. I guarantee that there will be at least 10 chapters. With the support of those with the ability, if there are more monthly ticket subscriptions, there will be an explosion again. Chapter 741. Green, why do you care about that black-masked woman? She has always been a lone ranger. I don't know where she is now, Hu Linglong said, trying to curry favor with Z. Chinya went to look for his pack of wolf pups. The aura of humans has appeared in the central area. It seems that they have discovered our whereabouts. Chi Mugwan of the Bashi tribe licked his lips. His tongue was long and thin, like a snake's tongue. Stupid. It's all because of what you have done. Before we set off, Lord Divine Palace said that before the secret passage was completely opened, we should not disturb the humans. Z's face was tense. She was especially dissatisfied with Hu Linglong's earlier use of the 5-colored airship and ostentatiously swaggering through the city. So what if they know? They all say that the humans have been living a leisurely life and have not thought about cultivating. I think they are right. They are all a motley crew. Just now, I caught dozens of humans effortlessly. Their strength is very average, Hu Linglong said disdainfully. If Lord Divine Palace had not said that they were forbidden from using the beast god magic in front of the humans, she would have killed all those people long ago. After she finished speaking, she waved her hand. Her tribesmen escorted dozens of magicians and warriors down the airship. These people were casually caught by Hu Linglong along the way. Among them were many students from the mainland's elite magician camp. They were all shackled with magic shackles. The warriors' fighting energy was also restricted. They were all powerless and tied together. These students looked like they were in a daze, unable to speak. Clearly, Hu Linglong had done something to their bodies. The Celestial Fox tribe was a famous Wuzhou tribe among the Bakra orcs. They were proficient in all kinds of witchcraft. At a glance, it was obvious that these people's 3 souls and 6 senses had been restricted. You caught so many people. Do you really think the humans are fools? There are already a large number of human experts outside who have entered the Blood Beast sector. Z was almost angered to death when she saw the people that Hu Linglong had brought. This stupid woman had big breasts but no brains. Did she know that they were still standing in the headquarters of the human race? As a celestial fox people, Hu Linglong's appearance was impeccable. However, her behavior made Z very annoyed. Moreover, the elders of the two clans wanted to give this woman to LV. Z really felt depressed for LV. Green simply ignored Hu Linglong and did not speak to her at all. Green and Purple were the first two to set off. They did not think of using an empty boat because they did not want to alarm the humans in the Dutian blood beast world. But this plan was completely messed up by Hu Linglong, this flamboyant woman. On his way here, he could sense that there were at least many human experts entering the blood beast sector. Ever since Lord Shingong ordered people to retrieve the formation map and found clues to the secret passage back then, the leaders of the Bakra orcs were eager to return to the boundless land as soon as possible. Although the ancestors of the Bakra orcs had sent away their descendants back then, in order to prevent the human experts from discovering the secret passage, they sealed it at the last moment. For so many years, the Bakra orcs had always wanted to use the safe secret passage to return to the mainland. This time, taking advantage of the opening of the space crack in the 8 wastelands, the leaders selected the most elite inheritors of their respective clans to explore. Their goal was to find the secret passage and even find the remains of the leaders of the 8 great beast clans. We have already caught them. If you think it's too troublesome, just kill them. Hu Linglong saw that Z was unhappy and was afraid that Green would be angry too. She was angry and wanted to kill all of them. A powerful wolf howl came from the southwest direction. Let's keep them first. Since the humans have already found out, I will have my uses. Green Tooth seems to have found the enemy. Let's wait and see. After Green said that, the others stopped talking and waited for Green Tooth of the Green Nether Wolf tribe to make a move. Just as Yunxing and the others entered the Dutian blood beast world, a black shadow rushed into the depths of the Dutian blood beast world. That was the place where the second elder had warned all the students that even the seniors were not allowed to enter without permission. That was also where the powerful magic formation drawn by the blood of the 8 great beast clans was drawn by the 8 powerful experts back then. That area was called the Dutian blood seal by the outside world. Outside the Dutian blood seal, there were layers of beast blood and demonic aura. After thousands of years of precipitation, these demonic aura spiraled together like a giant python that could swallow the sky and the earth. It was black and thick. Even a martial sage warrior would find it hard to breathe and be unable to move forward once he got close to it. However, this black shadow did not hesitate at all. Boom! It was faster than a flying demonic beast. The giant python raised its head angrily and stopped the black shadow from moving forward. The black shadow swept past. The moment it pierced through the demonic aura, the fighting aura around her exploded, creating a sonic boom like that of a cannonball. After passing through the demonic aura, the black shadow landed on the ground. Only then did the others see the true face of the black shadow that was moving at high speed. The black shadow was a beautiful and cold girl. She had short hair and deep facial features. She was wearing a close-fitting one-piece robe that outlined her slender and powerful limbs. Her slightly tanned skin, sexy lips, untamed brows, and the dough cheek emitted from her body made her as cold as a sharp dagger. This was a girl that no one could ignore. She was He Linlin, the current Qilin saintess of the Black Qilin clan. After receiving the secret order from the Beast God Divine Palace, He Linlin and a group of Beast God inheritors passed through the spacetime crack and came to the Dutian blood beast world. Her mission this time was to find the burial place of the 8 clan leaders with the other descendants of the 8 Baron clan and find that thing. When He Linlin was still a child, she had a cold and arrogant personality. She did not like to move with others. Therefore, she chose to enter the Dutian blood seal alone this time. Firstly, she was very curious about the blood seal. She wanted to see what kind of terrifying existence killed the 8 clan leaders who were once considered invincible in the continent. "Come out," He Linlin said as soon as she stood still. He Linlin was a top-notch warrior. She was a genius who had broken through to the martial emperor realm at such a young age. She did not notice anyone following her on the way here. It was also just now that she noticed that someone had been following her all the way. The figure of a man gradually became clear. His black hair was tied casually behind his head with a silver hairband. He had an imposing appearance. An extremely handsome man with a cold and gloomy aura appeared in front of He Linlin. Even He Linlin, who was used to seeing all kinds of handsome men in the beast god tribe, was stunned. The man's aura was very strange. It was like magic power, but also like fighting aura. This was a very strong man. "This is the New Year's red packet given by cute female dummy in the group." Big Fuzzy said that she would not bet with Mud Cutie for a month. Chapter 742. This mysterious man's strength was unfathomable. He Linlin couldn't tell how strong he was. He seemed to be about the same age as her, maybe even a little younger than her. However, his aura didn't lose out to her at all. He Linlin sized him up as if he was an opponent. She didn't expect to meet such an opponent as soon as she entered the boundless world. Human race. Bakra orcs. He Linlin used a questioning tone. The man confirmed He Linlin's identity with certainty. "This isn't a place where you should be." He Linlin didn't know how strong he was and didn't test him rashly. "It's also not a place where you should be." Yi Baiming curled his lips and glanced at the thick Dutian blood seal. 3 days ago, he had just finished his daily training and found his mentor, Gue Yu. "You said you want to seek stronger strength." Gue Yu was both troubled and happy about his precious disciple. "I want to improve my physical strength." After breaking through to Martial Emperor, Yi Baiming encountered a bottleneck. This was the first time in his 18 years of life. Since young, Yi Baiming knew that his talent was different from ordinary people, whether it was in terms of magic or battle chi cultivation. Others would only be able to achieve twice the effect if they had twice the time. However, as his cultivation increased, the effect of his cultivation increased from several times to dozens of times. This was especially obvious after his eyes recovered. Although his cultivation had broken through to Martial Emperor, his physical strength couldn't compete with ordinary Martial Emperors. After all, Yi Baiming was only 18 years old. The Martial Emperors on the mainland, such as Gue Yu and Yun Ba, had undergone long periods of training. Their physical strength was comparable to a beast king. However, Yi Baiming was different. He could feel that his battle chi had surpassed his physical strength. In order to better fuse his physical body with his do chi, he had to find a way to strengthen his physical body even more. This was something he couldn't do on his own. Therefore, he came to the mainland's elite warrior camp and became Elder Gue Yu's disciple. Ghost Prison's elder didn't give an answer immediately. An 18-year-old martial emperor. There was no other person in the entire continent with such an achievement. However, that was only in the boundless land. As the number 1 person in the continent's warrior elite camp, Gue Yu's insight and foresight were comparable to the great elder of the continent's mage elite camp. After Elder Yu returned from Skywing City, he brought back news that made Elder Ghost Prison realize that a hidden danger was about to erupt. Yi Baiming was fully deserving of being the leader of the elite camp of the continent. Elder Ghost Prison had already realized this point. He knew that this student of his was not simple. He seemed undisciplined, but he had his own terrifying force behind him. Therefore, this time, Elder Ghost Prison did not try to persuade Yi Baiming. He told Yi Baiming that there was a way to improve his cultivation. "You have to go to the Dutian blood beast world to find blood crystals. Ghost Prison Elder said as he took off his shirt. As the #1 expert in the continent's warrior elite camp, Elder Ghost Prison had experienced hundreds of battles. Although he was over 70 years old, his body was like a vigorous and powerful tree. He didn't weaken because of age. Instead, he glowed with an even stronger vitality. His muscles bulged, his tendons and veins crisscrossed like rivers, densely covering his skin. "Circulate your battle chi and give me a punch," Elder Ghost Prison ordered Yi Baiming. Yi Baiming didn't hesitate and raised his fist. The moment the punch was thrown, there was a crackling sound, and the air was instantly shattered. Ping dash, as a martial emperor, Yi Baiming's punch had the force of at least 10,000 pounds. Even a huge rock could be turned into fine powder in an instant. Elder Ghost Prison's face was flushed red, and his blood energy was roiling. However, when that fist landed on his body, it only turned red. After that, Elder Ghost Prison's complexion returned to normal, and he did not look any different. Yi Baiming frowned slightly. His punch didn't hurt Elder Ghost Prison at all. "You must be very curious as to how my body can reach such a level of strength. That's because I have absorbed 3 blood crystals." Elder Ghost Prison's expression was solemn. What he was about to tell Yi Baiming was a secret that only the top experts in the continent knew. Only those who were already at the top would know this secret. Elder Ghost Prison originally planned to tell Yi Baiming after he inherited his mantle. However, he didn't expect this kid to break through to Martial Emperor so quickly. He could only tell him earlier. "You should know that in the Dutian Blood Beast world, there is an area that only high-level instructors and elders can enter." Elder Ghost Prison took out a map of the Dutian Blood Beast world. The map was clearly divided into 3 areas according to color. The blue area was the outer area of the Dutian Blood Beast world, the orange area was the middle area of the Dutian Blood Beast world, and the red area was the depths of the Dutian Blood Beast world. "You come from the royal family of Zhou State. I believe you already know about the secret passage of the Dutian Blood Beast world and the existence of the descendants of the Bakra orcs." Elder Ghost Prison didn't explain further. The ancestors of Zhou State must have left behind some letters for their descendants. Yi Baiming nodded. He had heard about the Great War between the Bakra orcs and the human race, and the possibility that the descendants of the Bakra orcs existed in another continent. However, you must not know that the place where the 8 Beast clan leaders were buried contains a secret that can make warriors and magicians more powerful. That secret is the blood crystals. Elder Ghost Prison pointed to the reddest area in the middle of the Blood Beast world, which was marked as an extremely dangerous area. The 8 Beast clan patriarchs of the 8 Wastelands Beast clan all had powerful physical bodies and astonishing magical talents. After they were killed, their blood flowed like a river. A part of their blood was used by the 8 Beast clan leaders to draw the Dutian blood seal, which was used to support the existence of the Dutian Blood Beast world. However, that was only a part of it. Most of the blood of the 8 Beast clan leaders had merged into the ground of the Blood Beast world and formed a special ore, which was the Beast Blood Crystal. The Beast Blood Crystal was divided into 2 types. One was the Magic Blood Crystal, and the other was the Fighting Chi Blood Crystal. The Magic Blood Crystal could greatly improve a magician's spiritual soul. The Fighting Chi Blood Crystal could refine a warrior's physical body. As long as enough blood crystals were integrated, a warrior would have a body as strong as the 8 Beast clan leaders. The body of the Bakra Orcs clan leader. What kind of powerful existence would that be? Of course, there are pros and cons. After all, the human race and the Beast clan are not the same race. There is a limit to the integration of blood crystals. Even I, your teacher, have only integrated 3 blood crystals. If the integration is not good enough, you may explode from your fighting chi, Elder Ghost Prison said. Thank you, teacher. I have learned my lesson. After Yi Baiming heard this news, he left the mainland's elite warrior camp and headed to the Dutian blood beast world. High energy warning ahead, irresponsible exploding after midnight. Those who can support, please support. Those who can't, please bless me. Tomorrow's big sale. Chapter 743. As soon as Yi Baiming left, the ghost prison's elder let out a cry. He rubbed his chest and bared his teeth like an old monkey. Oh my God, that brat really hit me. It hurts. It was the first time the ghost prison's elder met such a student who attacked his own teacher without any mercy. Even with the blood crystals, the ghost prison's elder almost suffered internal injuries from Yi Baiming's punch. His internal organs were shaken. And that was before he used Beast Blood Berserk. If he used Beast Blood Berserk, what would Yi Baiming's punch be like? Even the ghost prison's elder, who had absorbed 3 blood crystals, found it hard to predict. Oh no, I forgot to tell that brat. With his martial emperor cultivation, he can only absorb 2 blood crystals at most. No, I have to find that brat. The ghost prison's elder stomped his feet. However, when he anxiously went to find Yi Baiming, he found that Yi Baiming had already left. With his understanding of Yi Baiming, once this brat found a blood crystal, he would definitely try his best to absorb it and pursue the strongest physical strength. Yi Baiming did not know that the ghost prison's elder was stomping his feet anxiously. Yi Baiming collected his thoughts and looked at the Dutian blood seal not far away. The Dutian blood seal was a ferocious blood seal. It was like a huge ancient totem that spanned across the ground. It was divided into 8 directions: east, west, south, north, southeast, southwest, northeast, and northwest. In each of the 8 directions, 8 Bakra orcs patriarchs were buried. They were also known as the 8 Graves. It was rumored that among the patriarchs of the 8 great beast clans, the Black Chelan royal tribe's patriarch had the strongest physical body. The Chelan king's true physical body was like a towering mountain that stretched for hundreds of miles. As for the magician with the highest cultivation, it was the patriarch of the celestial fox people, who was known as the 9-life celestial fox. It was rumored that the patriarch of the celestial fox people was a peerless woman. She was proficient in witchcraft and healing, and was the most brilliant magician. These were all briefly described in the history books. What Yi Baiming wanted now was a stronger physical body. Therefore, his best choice was to find the location of the Black Chelan king's remains and find a suitable blood crystal. However, the thick blood aura swirling within the Dutian blood seal made it very difficult for anyone to guess the location of the beast chief's skeleton. Are you looking for blood crystals? As a descendant of the Bakra orcs, He Lin was no stranger to blood crystals. Miss, you're also here to look for blood crystals. It looks like we have no choice but to be enemies. Yi Baiming's gray eyes moved slightly, and there was still a faint smile on his face. It seemed that they had the same goal this time. The man in front of her was her enemy. He Lin couldn't help but feel a little regretful. Anyone who tried to compete with her would only end up dead. In fact, there had been a tradition among the Bakra orcs since ancient times. Every clan leader would condense a blood crystal after they passed away. However, the purity of the blood crystal differed according to the cultivation level of the clan leader. However, only the truly powerful could condense the strongest blood crystal. However, there was only one piece of the strongest blood crystal, and that was the blood Sarira. The patriarchs of the 8 great beast clans were also known as the 8 most powerful patriarchs in history. Therefore, the divine palaces of the beast god altar suspected that there were 8 blood Sariras hidden in the remains of the 8 patriarchs. The blood Sarira was the strongest blood crystal. The 8 descendants of the Bakra orcs had appeared here to retrieve the blood Sarira. This was something that Yi Baiming and the students who were still at the periphery of the Dutian blood beast world did not know. However, He Linlin was not afraid that Yi Baiming would snatch the blood Saraira. Legend had it that only the most powerful descendants of the Bakra orcs could unearth the blood Saraira. Yi Baiming took a step forward, and He Linlin followed him like a shadow. The blood crystal is the most precious treasure of the Bakra orcs. Human, don't even think about getting your hands on it. He Linlin did not allow for any explanation. She suddenly charged forward, and her duki exploded. Like a bomb, she charged towards Yi Baiming. Before the two of them collided, their duki had already collided. The two duki that were equally matched caused the air to distort strangely. Ripples formed around them. He Linlin's 5 fingers closed together, forming a dagger. Like a swimming dragon, she stabbed towards Yi Baiming's throat. If this attack hit his throat, it would definitely cause serious injury. Yi Baiming retreated, and his hand brushed lightly, like the autumn wind sweeping away fallen leaves. This flick seemed casual, but it contained a strange force. Clang! A sound similar to that of 2 swords clashing sounded. He Linlin felt her hand shake, and her duki immediately dissipated. What kind of combat skill was this? He Linlin was surprised. While she was surprised, Yi Baiming had already brushed past her and entered the Dutian blood seal. Something fell beside her ear. He Linlin touched it, and found that it was a strand of hair. Just now, if that strange man's hand had brushed her neck, then at this moment, a ripple suddenly appeared in her heart, which had not fluctuated for more than 10 years. He Linlin's face flushed red, as if she was drunk. The blush quickly disappeared. It was only one move, but He Linlin felt like she was in the middle of a fierce battle. The Black Qilin royal family worshipped the strong. He Linlin had lived for 20 years, and this was the first time she met someone who could go toe-to-toe with her. Let's see where you're going. He Linlin stomped her foot, and with a whoosh, she also entered the Dutian blood seal. When the two of them entered the Dutian blood seal, a low growl came from the depths of the blood seal. At a certain location in the Dutian blood seal, a red light shone, but it quickly dimmed. At this moment, in the middle area of the Blood Beast sector, the 3 teams of the mainland magic elite camp had just entered the middle area of the Dutian blood seal. Due to the battle between Lu Tongtian and Blue, the 2 teams separated from the 4th elder as soon as they entered the Blood Beast sector. The 2 teams of more than 20 people rushed in the same direction. After rushing through the thick blood fog, the 20 people stopped. A wave of blood fog rushed over, and the students found it difficult to breathe. Although they had taken the antidote, the students still felt that their magic power was suppressed by the blood fog. What's that sound? After entering the Dutian blood beast sector, the Crimson Moon River disappeared. The sound of flowing water was replaced by a strange rustling sound. Look, there's something in the blood fog. A few students found that there was a little bit of green in the blood fog. The green was like ghost fire floating in the grave sea in the middle of the night. Dozens of people were so scared that they took a few steps back. A bad feeling arose in Yunxing's heart. She turned her head to look behind her, and with one look, Yunxing felt that all the pores on her body were about to explode. Although she knew that once they entered the middle area, they might encounter commander-level magical beasts, she did not expect to encounter such a shocking number of blood crystal wolves. Chapter 744. Hundreds of blood crystal wolves walked out of the blood mist. Their fur was like fire, and they looked ferocious. Blood crystal wolves were a special kind of magic beast. They were a type of blood cloud beast with the earth element. After breaking through to the commander level, the fur on their bodies would turn into crystals and become incredibly tough. The hundreds of blood crystal wolves were obviously the rulers of this area. Their eyes were as sharp as knives, and they were much bigger than the average wolf pups. They looked more like strong sheep. These wolves did not rush forward when they saw the humans. This was very strange. Look! The students were scared out of their wits. They looked around. 1,000 meters away, a blood wolf king sat. A few commander-level wolves surrounded the blood wolf king. The blood wolf king slowly stood up, raised its neck, and howled. Awoo! Everyone only felt a sense of fear explode from the bottom of their skulls like beans exploding. The hundreds of wolf soldiers gathered strength in their forelimbs and raised their tails high. They were like a row of well-trained soldiers, and like a sword out of its sheath, they rushed toward the students. Chee! Warm blood spurted out from the throat of the mage at the front. Their lives lasted for only a few seconds. Those who were still alive fell heavily to the ground and lost their lives. Lan's side had already lost one person. Ice Seal. Lan's face turned serious. She raised the magic scepter in her hand, and the fifth soul stone on it lit up. Countless icicles fell from the sky. The icicles were as sharp as arrows, and they smashed toward the wolves. Almost at the same time, Lu Tongtian did not show any weakness. Thunder rumbled and purple lightning flashed. They danced like snakes and pounced on the wolves. Lan and Lu Tongtian were the two most outstanding people in the continent's magic elite camp. They had entered and exited the Dutian blood beast world many times, so they were very familiar with this area. However, this was the first time they had encountered such a large group of blood crystal wolves. When the two faced danger, they were only surprised for a moment. Fortunately, they did not panic. One was an advanced ice element spell, Ice Seal, while the other was an advanced thunder element spell, Thunderbolt. His attack power was astonishing, and he killed dozens of high-level blood crystal wolves in an instant. Under the leadership of the two duels, the other students didn't show any signs of weakness. Yunsheng and Abandon both rushed into the wolf pack. Due to the influence of the blood mist, the students with lower cultivation bases were affected by the blood mist. More or less, their cultivation bases and magic power were greatly reduced. Whether it was his chanting or his reflexes, they were both worse than before. Only Chen Lian and Feng Tian were slightly better. One of them had a magic bracelet on her, and her magic power was tyrannical. As for Feng Tian, he'd killed several hundred blood crystal wolves earlier and had long since honed his excellent killing ability. The two of them slaughtered their way into the pack of wolves like a hot knife through butter. Their attacks were vicious. The numbers on their magic badges soared. When Lu Tongtian saw this, he couldn't help but be overjoyed. He shot a provocative glance at Blue. Who would have thought that Lan was looking in another direction at this moment, with a hint of curiosity on her face? Lu Tongtian followed Azura's gaze. With one look, Lu Tongtian couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. After entering the middle area of the Dutian blood beast world, Abandon entered the wolf pack like a fish in water. He used a special poison spell to begin with, and combined it with the wind spell he'd just learned. His attack range was even wider. Once the wolf pack came into contact with the poison spell, their reactions would be slow. Abandon's attacks were clean and efficient, and he'd killed many wolves. But compared to Abandon, there was one person who made Blue and Lu Tongtian feel even more shameful. That was Yunsheng. Yes, it was really shameful. Was she even considered a sorcerer like this? The wolves in front of them were high-level blood cloud beasts. Almost all the sorcerers in front of them had used their signature spells. Yunsheng was different from Abandon. She didn't use any high-level spells. She only relied on her speed. Whether it was magic or attacking, Yunsheng was faster than the average person. Her technique was so fast that it was dazzling. As for magic, she didn't use high-level spells. Or rather, she didn't know any high-level spells at all. She and Abandon walked side by side. The two of them stood on the left and right, like two axes with a blade, piercing into the pack of blood cloud wolves. Seeing that Abandon had poisoned a large number of wolves, Yunsheng would either wait for an opportunity to stab or use a tricky little spell. She wouldn't meet force with force. If there was no chance, she would immediately dodge and wait for the next opportunity to stab. But in Blue's opinion, Yunsheng wasn't so simple. She looked like she was just stabbing, but it wasn't completely without order. When she attacked, it was just a stab or a spell, but it was often fatal. She would either stab the soul stone in the middle and pierce it, or use a flame explosion to hit the wolf's heart. Blue had previously wondered how Yunsheng could achieve the first kill record of more than 500 blood cloud beasts with her cultivation level. But now, Blue already had the answer. Every move was fatal. Yunsheng didn't have a weapon in her hand, but she was faster than a warrior with a weapon. There were several times when she could kill a blood cloud wolf in one hit. Moreover, she was using magic while killing wolves with her bare hands. If it was an ordinary wolf, it would be easy to understand. But Yunsheng was facing a high-tier blood cloud wolf. On Lu Tongtian's side, Chen Lianer and Feng Tian's magic badges were increasing rapidly. On Blue's side, beside Yunsheng and Abandon, the wolves were like the autumn wind sweeping away fallen leaves. Wolf corpses were scattered all over the ground. Seeing this, the other students were also affected by their unstoppable momentum. They all took a deep breath and charged towards the wolves. Blue, that's a competition between normal students. Our battlefield is over there. Lu Tongtian's gaze shifted. Hundreds of blood cloud wolves against dozens of students. They should be able to barely handle it. Based on the current situation, Lu Tongtian and Blue's teams were evenly matched. It would be difficult to determine who was better. If the two teams were to compete, the key to victory would be the few commander-level wolf generals and the blood cloud wolf king that was close to king level. According to the mainland's Magic Elite Camp's battle record calculation system, a blood cloud beast was worth 1 battle point. A commander-level blood cloud beast was worth 10 battle points. A king-level blood cloud beast was worth 100 battle points. Therefore, killing the Wolf King and the commander-level magical beasts was the key. How could Blue not know this? A burst of icy air condensed in Blue's hands, and a small mirror-like ice shield appeared in front of her. The ice shield was special. As long as the wolves pounced on Blue, the ice shield would automatically move. That was the super spell Blue had obtained from the Magic Forest's royal tree when she broke through to the Saint-level Mage King level, Roaming Dragon Shield. This shield could block attacks from many angles. For a mage like Blue, it was effective against sneak attacks. Lu Tongtian also began chanting. A layer of grayish-green magic appeared on his body. That was the super spell Lu Tongtian had obtained after breaking through to the Saint level, Wood Armor. Chapter 745. Indigo and Lu Tongtian pounced towards the wolf pack at almost the same time. The Wolf King was still majestic and didn't move at all. It sat proudly on the side and watched the slaughter. The 4 commander-level blood crystal wolves under it moved first. Then, they heard a few bangs. The 4 commander-level monsters split into 4 groups, 2 in pairs, and instantly surrounded Lu Tongtian and Indigo. Lu Tongtian stomped his feet and turned into a flash, dodging a wolf that was pouncing towards him. He waved the magic scepter in his hand, and several lightning bolts as thick as an arm struck towards the wolf's waist. Who knew that the blood crystal wolf that was dodged would leap into the air and claw towards Lu Tongtian's back? Lu Tongtian didn't dodge, and the sharp wolf claws tore open his wooden armor. There was a crack in the armor, but it only took an instant for the damaged part of the armor to repair itself. Thunder Flash hit a commander-level wolf general's waist, and it let out a cry of pain. The wolf general was split in half at the waist. On Indigo's side, she had just jumped up when she saw two commander-level wolf generals pounce towards her from the Wolf King's side. The wolf pack's jumping ability was amazing, and they jumped 7 to 8 meters high. The wolf pack clawed at Indigo's neck. Yunsheng and Qi, who weren't far away, were shocked. At that moment, the nimble shield in front of Indigo cleverly blocked the wolf's attack. The magic scepter in Indigo's hand spat out an ice blade and pierced the wolf's chest. Indigo's eyes flashed, and the ice shield flew out diagonally, smashing into another wolf's head. With a clang, the ice shield and the wolf's head collided, and brain matter instantly flowed all over the ground. Lu Tongtian and Indigo took care of the two commander-level wolf generals almost at the same time. They didn't hesitate at all, and they didn't even have time to meditate. Like two bolts of lightning, they surrounded the Wolf King. Lu Tongtian was afraid of falling behind, and before he arrived, he had already completed his magic incantation. The dark purple lightning was like thousands of tree branches in a storm, striking towards the Wolf King. Under such an attack of Thunder Flash, no one could survive. Indigo's magic scepter glowed with a cold blue light. She waved the magic scepter, and an icy aura swept out like an angry wave, forcing the power of thunder and lightning to retreat. Indigo, you dare to stop me! Lu Tongtian roared angrily like a mad dog. He turned the magic scepter, and streaks of purple lightning struck towards Indigo. For a moment, the field alternated between purple and blue, and the two magic powers collided. However, right at that moment, Yunsheng noticed that the Wolf King had suddenly moved. Since the beginning of the battle, the Wolf King had been unusually calm. It did not seem like an unintelligent beast at all. Just as Lan and Lu Tongtian were on bad terms, a human-like calculation appeared in the depths of the Wolf King's eyes. Neither Lan nor Lu Tongtian noticed. However, this scheme was caught by Yunsheng. Indigo, 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 Indigo go Indigo, Indigo go, Indigo Indigo. A wolf, with a powerful howl, the Wolf King that had been sitting on the ground suddenly soared into the air. Its 4 strong and powerful limbs were like a taut bow. This leap was actually dozens of meters high. Its sharp claws and teeth, like blades, scratched Lu Tongtian's armor. Idiot! Lu Tongtian sneered. His wood armor spell was invulnerable. Just as the wolf's claws pierced Lu Tongtian's armor, the Wolf King opened its mouth and spat out a ball of fire. Seeing the fire, Lu Tongtian's face showed fear for the first time. His wood armor spell was invulnerable and had a strong regenerative ability, but there was one thing: wood was afraid of fire. Once the wood armor spell came into contact with fire, it would be broken. A wolf actually knew how to use magic to suppress magic. When Lu Tongtian, who was first on the magic list, realized it, it was already too late. The Wolf King's sharp claws pierced his chest, and he was knocked back dozens of meters by the strong impact. Indigo felt the tremor. She knew that something was wrong, and she had already taken a few steps back. But how could the Wolf King allow her to retreat? The Wolf King leaped up, and its claws slashed at Indigo's throat. The wandering dragon shield was eager to protect its master, and blocked the Wolf King's claws in time. Whoosh! The wolf's claws suddenly changed, and turned into a human hand. At that moment, all the students were inexplicably terrified. What did they see? The Wolf King's body was rapidly changing in midair. Its fur faded, and the Wolf King's fur-covered body turned into the body of a strong adult man. It was an orc man who was nearly 2 meters tall, proficient in magic, and at the same time possessing the terrifying power of a demonic beast. a descendant of the 8 Desolates. At this time, the wolf man had already landed and completely transformed into a human, and the wandering dragon shield was in his hand. This person was the Green Tooth of the Green Nether Wolf tribe that Indigo mentioned before. The Green Nether Wolf tribe was a middle-level orc tribe among the Bakra orcs. Green Tooth was a wild orc. He had a head of messy gray hair, and he was only wearing shorts that looked like an apron. His upper body was naked, and there was a tattoo of a wolf's head with a green face and fangs. His body was covered with old wounds, and it was obvious that he was a fierce warrior who had experienced all kinds of battles. It had to be said that this wolf man was not only powerful, but he was also smart. Just now, he had mixed in with the wolf pack, and caused Indigo and Lu Tongtian to be careless. Midway, he suddenly attacked, and that was how they managed to defeat the 2 Saint-level Law Emperors. No one had expected that they would meet the person they least wanted to meet the moment they entered the Dutian blood beast world. Human, prepare to die. Qingya spat out a cold sentence. He had already seen through that this group was just a motley crew. As long as he killed the 2 Saint-level Law Emperors in the lead, then the rest of them would sooner or later become fat meat in the mouths of his wolf cubs. A sharp glint flashed in the wolf's eyes. He grabbed the trembling wandering dragon shield with one hand, and grabbed Indigo's neck with the other hand as fast as lightning. In his eyes, killing a human mage at close range was as easy as strangling a wild chicken. Sister Lawn. In the nick of time, Yunxing blurted out a spell without thinking. High-level spacetime spell, spacetime prohibition. At this moment, the wolf man's claws were just inches away from Indigo's throat. At that moment, his hands suddenly stopped, and his whole body stiffened, unable to move. Yunxing's spacetime prohibition could only last for 3 seconds, but in a battle between experts, victory and defeat was often decided in the blink of an eye. The wandering dragon shield suddenly broke free from the man's hand. At that moment, Indigo had already used her life-saving spell. The wandering dragon shield emitted a cold light, and 6 sharp ice blades popped out of the shield. The shield that could save lives instantly turned into a flying wheel that could take lives. The wandering dragon shield spun rapidly, and brushed past Green Tooth's neck. In a breath, the spacetime prohibition had lost its effect. Chapter 746. Caught off guard, a half-foot-long bloody wound appeared on Qingya's neck. It was so deep that bone could be seen, and blood gushed out like a fountain. Qingya covered the wound as blood flowed out from between his fingers. He staggered back a few steps. A layer of ice quickly formed on his wound, and bone-chilling ice-type magic power was seeping into his body. If not for the fact that he had the body of a magical beast and had thick skin and flesh, that blow just now would have separated his head from his body. But what made Qingya wary was not the blow just now. What surprised him was the magic that made him unable to move at the last moment. That magic had clearly surpassed the various magic that Qingya already knew of. Could it be that he had underestimated this group of people, and that there was an even more powerful magician hidden among them? In the crowd, Qingya began to search for the magician who had secretly made a move. His suspicious gaze swept over the several students one by one. In the end, he locked onto 3 people, Abandon, Chen Lianer, and Feng Tian. Qingya had secretly observed the enemy just now and had long confirmed that Lu Tongtian and Lan were the strongest in this human team of more than 30 people. The rest were the 3 sky magicians who had used advanced magic earlier. Among these 3 people, who was the one who attacked? Qingya was wary of the magician hiding in the dark and did not dare to rashly attack again. Without the Wolf King's order, those wolf pups also stopped fighting. Just as Qingya was hesitating, a strange beast roar came from a certain direction behind him. Hearing that beast roar, Qingya spat out a mouthful of saliva. He glared fiercely at the crowd. Count yourselves lucky. Wolf pups, let's go. He raised his head and let out a deafening howl. The blood crystal wolves that had not died retreated in an orderly manner. In a short while, the wolf pack disappeared, leaving only wolf and human corpses on the ground. From start to finish, the entire process lasted for several hours. Even though Qingya had left, the crisis was not over. The legs of the students were all weak, and their expressions were extremely unsightly. The ground was littered with wolf corpses. Most of the people had suffered light injuries. Fortunately, there were not many people who were seriously injured. Compared to them, the ones who suffered the most were the two team leaders. Azura rolled on the ground, her face as white as a sheet. She had managed to dodge Qingya's killing move at the last moment, but she had been affected by the battle qi and suffered serious internal injuries. Lu Tongtian's situation was even worse than Blue's. He had been struck in the chest by Green Fang, and many of his ribs were broken. At this moment, he was barely holding on to his last breath. Although Lu Tongtian and Azura were both injured by Qingya, at least from the looks of the situation, Azura had injured Qingya at the final moment. In fact, Blue had won. Both Lan and Lu Tongtian were the trump cards of the continent's magic elite camp, but in front of this man from the Wolf clan, who had appeared out of nowhere, they seemed to be unable to withstand a single blow. One of the reasons for this was that the blood-evil qi in the Dutian blood-beast world was too powerful. It had eroded their dharma souls and greatly reduced their cultivation. Another reason was that the two of them were still fighting each other at crucial moments. Now that both of them were seriously injured, they could only stare at each other. The students on both sides were trembling with fear. One of the braver ones stepped forward. "Senior brother, senior sister, this Dutian blood-beast world is too dangerous. Let's go out." The other students also wanted to leave as soon as possible. Lu Tongtian and Azura did not speak. This time, they had all failed in their duties. If they did not complete the mission, the two elders would definitely scold them when they left. But in their current state, if they met an expert like Qingya again, they would not even have a chance to survive, let alone rescue them. Even though Greentooth came alone just now, that strange beast roar just now was definitely emitted by his companion. At this moment, Azura and Lu Tongtian were unwilling to be the first to leave. No one wanted to be the one to retreat. Fourth Elder had said 24 hours. Even if they did not rescue anyone, they had to stay in the blood beast world for a full 24 hours. "Sister Lan, let me take a look at your wound first." Yunxing kindly stepped forward, wanting to take a look at Lan's wound. She had just taken Lan's hand when Lan clasped it back. Her eyes were fixed on Yunxing. "You, take my place." Yunxing was taken aback. She understood Lan's meaning. Lan wanted her to take her place and lead the team to complete the rest of the rescue mission. But why her? Yunxing was not ranked in this team in terms of seniority and cultivation. Her only advantage was that Yunxing was a doctor. Yunxing and Lan had only met twice, and both times were not pleasant. Lan was a genius and powerful, but Yunxing did not dare to compliment her personality. Towards Lan, Yunxing had always avoided her as much as possible. "Thank you." Lan leaned close to Yunxing. Using a voice that only the two of them could hear, she whispered into Yunxing's ear. Although her voice was low, Yunxing heard it. She did not expect that this senior sister, who was as proud as a winter plum, actually knew how to say thank you. The fight between Lan and Qingya had only paused for a few seconds. In the chaos, no one else had noticed that Qingya had been hit by a space-time prohibition spell. But Lan had noticed it. It was also because of that space-time magic that Lan was able to save her life. At the last moment, she had even turned the situation around and fought back. So, the one who had forced Qingya to retreat was not Lan, but the sorcerer who had attacked secretly. Lon had once heard the great elder mention that the disciple of the dark gold mentor had learned a useless forbidden spell in the magic forest, spacetime prohibition. Lon had also said disdainfully that a spacetime prohibition that could only last for 3 seconds was useless. She did not expect that this time, it was these insignificant 3 seconds that had saved her life. Lan's heart was filled with mixed feelings, but she did not forget the fourth elder's instructions. She thought about it and finally decided to let Yunxing replace her as the temporary leader. Seeing that Yunxing was chosen as the leader, a few people in the team showed dissatisfaction. Hearing that Lon had appointed Yunxing as the temporary leader, Lu Tongtian could not back down. He gritted his teeth. "Lian Er, you replace me and lead everyone to continue the mission." Hearing this, Chen Lian Er's heart was filled with joy. "She is not worthy." Feng Tian stood up. It was impossible for him to listen to Chen Lian Er's orders. "Feng Tian, this is not the elite camp. There are no elders to protect you. Either obey my orders, or scram," Lu Tongtian said angrily. His injuries were not light, but his authority was still there, and the students did not dare to disobey him. But Feng Tian was a tough nut to crack. He snorted and left the team without looking back. He had always liked to act alone. A team was just a burden to him. The temporary leaders of both sides had been chosen. Chapter 747. Abandon, you stay behind to take care of Sister Lon and the other injured students. Yunxing did a head count. Excluding a few heavily injured students and Lon, she chose 7 or 8 people to go with her into the central region of the Dutian blood beast world. "Yunxing, I think I should go with you." Abandon was unwilling to stay behind to take care of Lon. He knew that the central region of the Dutian blood beast world was full of danger. He was worried that Yunxing could not handle it alone. "Don't worry, I'll definitely come back safe and sound." Yunxing's confidence also infected Abandon. On the contrary, Chen Lianer made the decision to take away all available combat power. Stupid, leaving the main combat power behind to take care of the injured at a time like this. Abandon was undoubtedly the trump card of Yunxing's team, but she left Abandon behind. How did she manage to be a temporary leader? Yunxing, stop pretending to be a saint. You think that by leaving someone behind to take care of Lon, she will be grateful to you in the future. Chen Lianer was disdainful. "Senior Lu, we will definitely save the others. Take care of yourself." After Chen Lianer received the position of temporary leader, she brought along everyone who could still fight, regardless of whether they were heavily injured or not. Lu Tongtian was unhappy, but he did not say much. The two teams walked a few steps, when Chen Lianer suddenly stopped. "If any of you want to join our team, you still have a chance to choose. This competition is no small matter. The loser will lose the right to participate in the next 8 Barren Relics mission. Do you really think you can win if you follow her?" After all, as the temporary leader, Yunxing was not powerful enough and did not have enough prestige. Just now in the campsite, they had reluctantly followed Yunxing because of Lon. Now that senior apprentice Sister Lon wasn't here and Chen Lian had thrown out an olive branch, a few people started to hesitate. "Senior Chen, do you mean what you say?" Every student in the campsite wanted to participate in the search for the relics. If the opportunity was good and they found the relics, their status and identity would be elevated. "You know my relationship with senior brother Lu. He will definitely listen to my words. If you follow her, you won't stand a chance at all." "She's not even a sky magician," Chen Lianer said, and the students behind her burst into laughter. Yunxing didn't get angry. Behind her, 3 or 4 students walked out and joined Chen Lianer's team. As a result, there were only 4 people left in Yunxing's team. These people didn't want to join Chen Lianer's team because they couldn't stand her behavior. "Just you wait. Once we save the others, you will regret it. Chen Lian saw that she had achieved her goal and left with a dozen people. The few students who stayed behind were a little anxious. Yunxing, there are only a few of us. How are we going to save them? Why don't we go back first and ask Sister Lan for her opinion? Yunxing didn't think so. Sometimes, having fewer people was an advantage. At least this time, she didn't have to face the situation of internal strife. No need. It's just saving people. Too many people will only make things worse. Let's sneak into the enemy's campsite first and then make plans. Yunxing didn't care. Enemy's campsite. But we don't even know where they are. The few students were doubtful. Just now, I've already sprinkled a special powder on the bodies of the blood crystal wolves. As long as we follow the smell of this herb, we can quickly find the enemy's campsite. Yunxing mocked as she looked at Chen Lianer, who had already disappeared. Yunxing led the 4 students and rushed towards the center of the Dutian blood beast world. In reality, if Chen Lianer was cooperative, Yunxing wouldn't mind cooperating with her for a short period of time. But that woman was a narrow-minded person. Since that was the case, he would let her and her group of comrades slowly search in the blood beast metropolis world. Just as Yunxing and the rest were rapidly approaching the stronghold of the descendants of the Bakra orcs, the injured Green Tooth had just rushed back. He didn't realize that his wolf pack had been tricked by Yunxing. Oh, Green Tooth, you've failed miserably. Seeing Green Tooth's appearance, the few people, including Green, couldn't help but be shocked. Although Green Tooth was not the most powerful among them, in terms of attack power, he was still one of the top 5. To be able to injure Green Tooth to this extent, the opponent's ability was evident. Bah, don't mention it. We were tricked. What were you guys yelling about just now? If I hadn't heard the signal, I would have torn that group of magicians into pieces. Green Tooth had heard their assembly signal just now and hurried back. What else could it be? It's time to enter the Dutian blood seal and search for the Beast King Sarira. We don't have much time. That spacetime gap is about to close. Green glanced at Green Tooth's wound and casually threw him a bottle of medicine. Green Tooth gulped down a few mouthfuls, and the wound on his neck stopped bleeding immediately. That's right. Lest that woman He Linlin takes the lead again. There's no time to lose. Let's set off immediately. Wait, if you all leave, what about the hostages? Hu Linglong's expression was a little unnatural when she heard that they were going to the Dutian blood seal to search for the Beast King Sarira. They're just some insignificant people. I'll feed them to my wolf pups. Green Tooth saw that the group of people's attire was the same as the group of people who had slaughtered his wolf pups earlier, and a surge of anger surged in his heart. No, this group of people are sorcerers. I want their dermic souls. Hu Ling glared. Then you can stay here and guard the hostages. Women are troublesome. Green Tooth couldn't be bothered with Hu Linglong. It was also a problem. She didn't want the celestial fox Sarira and wanted the human dermic souls instead. The others also ignored Hu Linglong and all headed towards the Dutian blood seal. Linglong and the others, is this really okay? What if we can't find the celestial fox Sarira? One of Hu Linglong's subordinates was worried. Shut up. If I can't get the celestial fox Sarira, do you think that trash can find it? Hu Linglong was annoyed. Hu Linglong was still hiding a secret in her heart. The others could easily enter the celestial fox tomb, but she had some scruples. That was because Hu Linglong wasn't the real celestial fox saintess. I'm in a bad mood. Go and grab a sorcerer. I want to vent my anger. Hu Linglong looked at the Dutian blood seal irritably. Legend had it that those who were recognized by the Beast King Sarira were likely to obtain supreme power. Unfortunately, a sorcerer was quickly pulled out. What are you doing? Seeing Hu Linglong's malicious smile, the sorcerer who had recovered his consciousness shrank back. I'm just using your dermic soul to nourish my precious magic scepter. What are you afraid of? The pain will only last for a moment. A sinister smile appeared on Hu Linglong's unusually beautiful face. Chapter 748. In the dark, Yunsheng and a few students saw this scene. She and a few students followed the scent of the blood crystal wolf all the way here. She also saw Green. She did not expect Green to be with these people. Yunsheng did not act on her own. She ordered the students not to act rashly and waited quietly. Fortunately, it did not take long for the few young men and women who looked very powerful to leave separately. From what she heard, they seemed to want to enter the core area of the Dutian blood beast world to look for something called a Sarira. After these people left, only the girl called Hu Linglong was left behind. Looking at Hu Linglong's appearance, Yunsheng could tell that Hu Linglong should be a descendant of the celestial fox people. However, although this girl looked beautiful, there was a sense of unruliness and viciousness between her brows. She did not look like a kind person. Hu Linglong did not know that someone was spying on her in the dark. The magic scepter in Hu Linglong's hand was very special. It did not look like it was made of ordinary beast bones. With Yunsheng's understanding of the structure of bones, she recognized at a glance that Hu Linglong's magic scepter was made of human bones. At the top of the magic scepter, there was also a skull shaped like human bones. There was only a soul stone on the skull, which was held in the skull's mouth. Just looking at such a magic scepter would make one's hair stand on end. Following Hu Linglong's incantation, the soul stone shot out a dark light. The dark light was like a crafty little snake that drilled into the magic student's skull. There was a cloud of black mist between his brows. The mist kept twisting and turning. The student's expression also changed. At first, he was in pain, rolling around on the ground. But gradually, he lost the ability to struggle. His eyes became dull and saliva flowed out of his mouth. He even lost the ability to speak and could only moan. A cloud of light appeared on top of his head. The other students didn't recognize that thing, but Yunsheng did. Back in Banana Leaf Village, great magician Zhou had used a similar method and chant in an attempt to seize Yi Baiming's Dharma soul. The Dharma soul seemed to want to struggle, but it couldn't resist the power of Hu Linglong's magic scepter and was sucked into the scepter. He then looked at Hu Linglong's magic scepter. After the soul stone absorbed the magic soul of a magic student, the soul stone strangely grew in size. Only then did Yunsheng understand that the soul stone on Hu Linglong's magic scepter was actually growing by absorbing the souls of living people. What kind of sorcery was this? There was actually such a way to nourish a magic scepter on the continent. Yunsheng felt a chill in her heart. Beside her, a female magic student let out a low growl. Yunsheng looked back and saw that the female magic student's eyes were full of tears. This female magic student probably knew the student who was killed. It was really cruel for these students to witness their friends or colleagues being killed by such sorcery. Yunsheng made a gesture and the few of them quietly moved to the side. Just as they entered the safe zone, the female magic student jumped up. "I'm going to save them." "Are you sure you're going to save them and not die?" Yunsheng said coldly. "Are we going to watch them be tortured to death? I really regret following you. If it was Chen Lianer's group, I definitely wouldn't have sat back and watched," the female student said angrily. "You think Chen Lianer can beat that evil woman? I'm afraid even Lu Tongtian may not be their match. Don't forget, they are in cahoots with that werewolf. They can't even beat one, let alone a group." Yunsheng's words forced down the students' originally excited emotions. They also knew that Yunxing was telling the truth. Then what should we do? Although these elite camp students were all geniuses, they were still from noble families. Faced with such a thorny situation, they were at a loss and had no idea what to do. We have to save them, but the prerequisite is that we have to protect our own lives. We're here to save them, not to die. Before they come back, we have to think of a comprehensive plan. Yunxing thought for a moment and quickly came up with an idea. She divided the four of them into two groups. One group would go find the fourth elder, and the other would sneak out to deliver the news to the second elder. In the Dutian blood beast world, many descendants of the Bahuang tribe had suddenly appeared, and each of them seemed to have good skills and strength. If one of these people appeared, it might be a coincidence. But for so many of them to appear at once, even gathering all the descendants of the Bahuang tribe, this matter was not simple. Something must have happened in the core area of the Dutian blood beast world. The current situation was not something that Yunxing and the others could handle alone. She needed reinforcements. The other two would stay behind with her to guard the empty ship, to prevent the other party from suddenly moving the ship. After they heard this, they also felt that Yunxing's arrangement was the most appropriate one. The two of them quickly left under the cover of the night. Yunxing and the other two students hid in the shadows. After Hu Linglong absorbed the Dharma soul, she entered the cabin to meditate and adjust her breathing. That demented student was also left outside. In the latter half of the night, the people on the empty ship were already resting. The colorful empty ship was parked not far away. "I'll go up and take a look," Yunxing said. Her figure flashed, and she was already near the empty ship. "Who is it?" Unexpectedly, just as Yunxing jumped into Class A, she suddenly heard a stern voice. Yunxing cursed in her heart. A guard of the celestial fox people barged in. With a flash of light, he was patrolling when he suddenly saw someone barge in. Yunxing secretly gripped her magic scepter tightly, waiting for the other party to come close to kill immediately. Unexpectedly, when that person saw Yunxing, he was first shocked, then he hurriedly knelt down and respectfully greeted, "Lord Holy Maiden, why have you come?" "Holy Maiden." Yunxing was a little confused. But looking at the fox guard's reaction, he seemed to have mistaken Yunxing for some holy maiden. Yunxing thought for a moment and decided to go with the flow. She did not want to reveal her identity first. She deliberately pretended to be cold and arrogant. "Why can't I come? That's not what I meant. Lady Linglong said that the Holy Maiden has caught a cold and can't come. That's why she brought us and the priests out." It seemed that there was something wrong with Hu Linglong's identity. I already knew that Hu Linglong was disloyal. My body has already recovered. I was worried that there would be problems with this mission, so I rushed over. "What's wrong with these people?" The guard refused to answer at first. He knew that the Holy Maiden of the Celestial Fox people had been kind and compassionate since young. Even when facing the human race, she didn't want to hurt the innocent. But why did the Holy Maiden look a little different today? Chapter 749. It seems that you don't take me, the Saintess, seriously. Although she didn't know what the Saintess was, judging from the guard's reaction, her status shouldn't be lower than Hu Linglong's. Yunxing gave the guard a cold stare, and the guard shuddered. The Saintess, who had always been gentle, suddenly showed her power. The guard was shocked and hurriedly explained, "Saintess, please calm down. I don't dare. These people were captured by Lady Linglong. She said that she wanted to use them as sacrifices for the magic scepter. Where are those people now?" Yunxing glanced at the empty ship. This empty ship was much bigger than the one she got from the Hidden Night Pavilion. This colorful empty ship looked very special. She couldn't rule out the possibility that there were other magic arrays on the empty ship. The guard felt that something was wrong with the Saintess tonight. In his memory, the Saintess rarely showed herself. Usually, even when she went out, Hu Linglong would accompany her and pass on the message. But tonight, he didn't know if it was because of the night, or, the guard felt that the Saintess tonight, just by standing there, gave people a feeling that she was sharp and couldn't be underestimated. The guard had doubts in his heart. He secretly raised his head, but that face was indeed the Holy Maiden's. The Saintess of the Celestial Fox people. In terms of appearance, even her cousin, Lady Linglong, was ashamed of her inferiority. The guard's abnormality attracted Yunxing's attention. Yunxing's heart skipped a beat. Her eyes changed, and a golden light flashed in her black eyes. The guard's mind went blank instantly, as if he was struck by lightning. Tell me, where are those people who were kidnapped? Yunxing breathed a sigh of relief. Her Shenong pupil had improved a lot compared to before. She was confident that she could control a celestial fox guard with good strength. What's more, the guard had always thought that Yunxing was the Saintess of the Celestial Fox people. He was in awe of Yunxing and let his guard down. That was why he was easily hypnotized by Yunxing's Shenong pupil. The guard took Yunxing to a cabin. Yunxing took a look. Except for the student who was already in a daze, everyone else was locked inside. When those people saw Yunxing, they immediately became restless. Quiet. Tell me first, how many people are here? Yunxing was afraid of startling the others on the empty ship. She looked around. Not only were there people of the mainland's elite mage camp, but there were also people of the mainland's elite warrior camp, and even some aristocratic family members of the mainland. Among these people, Hu Linglong had been captured a few days. Hu Linglong would extract one person's spiritual soul every day. When they saw their companions become dazed, they were all frightened and uneasy. When they finally saw someone coming to rescue them, they all swarmed over. After asking about the number of people, Yunxing confirmed whether there were any injuries among these people. As a result, most of them were more or less injured when they were captured. In order to prevent those magicians and warriors from escaping, Hu Linglong also used the spiritual soul lock. As for the warriors, their fighting energy was sealed by a special restriction. What a vicious woman! Yunxing couldn't help but frown. This Hu Linglong seemed to be a very scheming person. There was no news from the disciple who went to deliver the letter to the two elders. Lu Tongtian and Sister Lan's accidental injuries caused the mainland's elite mage camp to lose more than half of their combat power. The rest of the students were also a motley crew. To save them. I'm afraid. Yunxing frowned and thought for a moment. Then she looked at the pairs of frightened eyes in the dark cabin. She suddenly came up with a plan. Who are the people on the ship, and where is the cockpit? The guard was at a loss as he told Yunxing about it. On the empty ship, Hu Linglong was meditating and turning the spiritual soul of the human student into her own. At this moment, there was a hurried knock on the door. A guard outside the door said, "Lady Linglong, there are assassins on the ship. The human in the cabin has escaped." What? When Hu Linglong heard that, she grabbed her magic scepter and rushed out. She went to the cabin where the person was held captive and saw that it was empty. There was not a single person inside. Damn human. Men, call the 6 priests and chase after them with me. Hu Bo followed the guard's instructions and led several masters of the celestial fox people to chase in the direction of the fugitive. Just as Hu Linglong left, Yunxing and a few other students poked their heads out from another storage room. The dozens of hostages from earlier did not escape at all. They were just urgently handled by Yunxing and moved to the cabin next door. Hu Linglong only checked the original cabin and did not expect that the person she was chasing was actually next door. Especially those few students, they were really worried that they would be discovered by Hu Linglong. Captain. Captain Yun, what should we do next? The two students now recognized Yunsheng as the captain. There's no time to lose. Drive the empty ship away immediately. The captain is temporarily under control. Yunsheng found the cockpit all the way. Like the guard from earlier, the captain also mistook Yunsheng for the saintess of the celestial fox people and fell into Yunsheng's trap. Hu Linglong led a group of masters of the celestial fox people and chased after the captain under the lead of the fox guard. After chasing for a full half an hour, they still did not see any trace of the captain. Hu Linglong could not help but be suspicious. Not to mention the assassins who broke into the empty ship, how could the hostages who had their Dharma souls and Do Chi restrained run so far away? They could not catch up with them even with magic. Halt! Are you certain that those people fled in this direction? Hu Linglong shouted at the guard in front of her. Unexpectedly, the guard was at a loss and could not answer for a long time. Lord Linglong, there's something wrong with this person. Among the 6 priests behind Hu Linglong, the one who looked the oldest walked out. He knew some spells of witchcraft. He saw that the guard's eyes were dull and his words were incoherent. From the looks of it, he was very similar to those who had been poisoned with witchcraft spells. At this time, the sky in the distance flashed with a 5-colored light. Damn it, we've been lured away. Hurry, let's go back. Hu Linglong was fuming with anger. That 5-colored empty ship was her father's treasure. If she lost it, she would definitely be punished when she returned. On the empty ship, Yunsheng and the 2 students only heaved a sigh of relief when the empty ship left the ground. As long as the empty ship left the central area of the Dutian blood beast world, they would be safe. Captain Yun, it's not good. Those people are coming again. After flying for a quarter of an hour and seeing that they were about to enter the outer area of the Dutian blood beast world, a student on the deck panicked and pointed below the empty ship. Chapter 750. The group of Heavenly Fox clan powerhouses led by Hu Linglong all had decent cultivation and were already at the level of sky magicians. The 7 of them spread their wings and flew. The airship was about to fly out of the central area of the Dutian beast blood world. If it left the central area, it was likely to be ambushed by the human clan. Hu Linglong did not dare to rashly pursue. When Hu Linglong found that the entire airship had been stolen, she was furious. Although she could not figure out why even the captain betrayed her. She killed the celestial fox people's bodyguard who had been hypnotized. She chased all the way and finally caught up with the colorful airship before it flew out of the central area of the Dutian beast blood world. People on the ship, stop immediately. Otherwise, don't blame me for washing the airship with blood. Hu Linglong's magician robe fluttered in the night wind. Her pretty face was full of murderous intent. Several celestial fox people's priests behind her chanted in unison. The magic scepters in their hands shot out 6 rays of magic light. The 6 rays of light intertwined and formed a huge magic net. The magic net shrouded the airship. The airship, which was originally flying at high speed, slowed down as if it had fallen into a quagmire. Not good, the airship is blocked. It can't fly. The 2 students were uneasy. Once the airship can move again, immediately escape. Yunsheng frowned and ordered the captain. She immediately called the celestial fox people to the ship and called 2 magicians to get off the ship with her. After Yunsheng finished speaking, she and the 2 magicians jumped off the airship like arrows. Hu Linglong shouted for a long time, but the airship still did not stop. She was about to get angry when she suddenly saw several people jump off the airship. Reckless. Just a few magicians want to stop us. You're really courting death. Hu Linglong sneered. When they jumped off, she shot out many flaming arrows. Yunsheng and the two magicians were not slow either. They dodged many magic attacks. Yunsheng did not say anything and directly rushed toward Hu Linglong and the others. Suddenly, the people of the celestial fox people felt their bodies freeze. Then, a thick fog suddenly appeared in the sky. In just 3 or 4 seconds, the magic net temporarily lost its effect, and the originally trapped ship regained its freedom. The people on the empty ship also listened to Yunsheng's order and rushed out under the cover of the fog without any hesitation. Damn it, what's going on? Hu Linglong also lost consciousness for a moment. When she recovered, the thick fog blocked their vision again. By the time the fog dissipated, the multicolored airship had already taken advantage of that time to escape without a trace. Lady Linglong, one of those magicians knows forbidden magic, while the other one knows elven magic. Be careful, the opponent is not simple. A priest recognized the magic. They thought that the two spells were cast by different mages. Despicable human magicians, I'll tear you to shreds. Hu Linglong's voice was stuck in midair. Earlier, when the magicians jumped off the empty ship, Hu Linglong did not see their faces clearly due to the wind speed and the fog. But now that the fog had dissipated, Hu Linglong saw the faces of the magicians who jumped off the empty ship, especially Yunsheng in the middle. You trash, why are you here? Hu Linglong blurted out subconsciously, pointing at Yunsheng in the middle with a face as if she had seen a ghost. Yunsheng did not know this unruly woman at all. Several priests of the celestial fox people also noticed at the same time that the magician who jumped off the empty ship looked exactly the same as their saintess of the celestial fox people. There was actually such a similar person in the world. And this person was a human. Hu Linglong was suspicious and stared at Yunsheng again. They really looked the same, almost exactly the same. Whether it was Yunsheng's appearance or figure, she was exactly the same as her good-for-nothing cousin. But Hu Linglong was stunned. She noticed that Yunsheng was holding a magic scepter in her hand, and there were wind magic elements around her. This woman was not that trash. That trash did not know how to use magic at all. Although the two of them were somewhat similar, if one looked closely, they would realize that the young girl in front of them was not the same person as the trash saintess of the tribe. Although the face of this human magician, from her facial features to her figure, and even her head, was almost the same as that trash in the tribe. But if one took a few more glances, especially those close to them, it would be easy to recognize that the two of them were not the same person. That trash in the tribe was timid all day long, and even stuttered when speaking, let alone looking people in the eye. But this human girl was extraordinarily confident, and there was a domineering beauty between her eyebrows. They were definitely not the same person. So you're a human. There's a path to heaven, but you don't take it. There's no door to hell, but you just have to barge in. Hu Linglong brushed her hair with a flirtatious expression. Hu Linglong usually liked to bully that trash in the tribe. The female magician in front of her actually looked exactly the same as that trash. If she could catch her and torture her, it would give Hu Linglong an inexplicable sense of pleasure. Since the hostage and the empty ship had already escaped, she would catch this woman back and absorb her Dharma soul. Hu Linglong's eyes flashed fiercely. Her bewitching eyes blinked, and the skull on the magic scepter suddenly opened its mouth. Suddenly, there was a change in the surroundings. Yunsheng and the students next to her felt pink all over their bodies, and a charming fragrance hit them in the face. Although Yunsheng did not know where Hu Linglong came from, after smelling the fragrance, the two people next to her blushed, as if they were drunk, and began to sway. No one can resist the pink skull formation of my fox clan. Hu Linglong giggled. Is that so? I don't think so. Although Yunsheng accidentally inhaled a puff of smoke, that was all. Her mind returned to normal in an instant. Impossible, why aren't you affected? Hu Linglong looked as if she had seen a ghost. Because she did not inherit the legacy of a mythical beast, her magic was not very good, but her illusion was one of the best in the Celestial Fox clan. Yunxing did not seem to be affected at all. Yunxing knew in her heart that a large part of the reason why she was not affected by Hu Linglong's poison was that she was also from the Celestial Fox clan, and her mother was very likely to be related to this seductive woman in front of her. Hu Linglong's illusion level was average, but her illusion was immune to the direct descendants of the Celestial Fox people. Don't think that everything will be fine just because you can break my illusion. I'll let you have a taste of dying in the hands of your companions. Hu Linglong was very cunning. She giggled. The two magicians next to Yunxing could no longer distinguish between friend and foe, and attacked Yunxing. Chapter 751. After Yi Baiming got rid of He Linlin, he entered the Qilin tomb in the Dutian blood seal alone. As soon as he entered the Qilin tomb, Yi Baiming saw a majestic ancient tomb. Around the ancient tomb, there was a large amount of black blood jade. In comparison, it was the Beast King blood jade that Elder Gui Yu had mentioned earlier. Yi Baiming picked up a dozen pieces of Beast King blood jade. After picking up the blood jade, Yi Baiming did not leave. He looked around the Qilin tomb. The appearance of the tomb was like a lying Qilin on the ground. It was built with black marble. In front of the Qilin tomb, there was a broken stone tablet with a row of words written on it. The words were in ancient seal script. Yi Baiming had not learned it before, but when he saw the small seal script, lines of words appeared in his mind like reflections. Tomb of the Eight Desolation Qilin King Yi Xiu. I am the chief of the Bakra orcs, Yi Xiu. This tomb is my resting place. Those who do not belong to my race will have their Dharma soul shattered and their battle chi shattered. If my race enters, the fated ones can obtain the ancient Qilin relic and learn the Qilin battle technique. They can transform into the Qilin battle body and become invincible. The Qilin ancient teaching, those of my race are not to. Yi Baiming read until here and found that a third of the text was missing. Yi Xiu's last words were also cut off here. No one knew what his last words of wisdom were for his descendants. Yi Baiming was pondering over the meaning of Yi Xiu's last words. Suddenly, he heard a crisp sound. The stone tablet had actually cracked. In the middle of the stone tablet, there was a black light flickering. The black light was emitted by a piece of pure black jade. The black jade was chirping as it floated in the air. The large number of blood jade seemed insignificant in comparison to it. Even Yi Baiming, who came from the royal family, had never seen such a transparent black jade. A thick and ancient aura emanated from the black jade. Could this be the Qilin relic that Yi Xiu mentioned on the stone tablet? Yi Baiming had a thought in his mind, get it. As long as he got it, he would gain great benefits. Just as Yi Baiming was about to take the black jade, a delicate voice behind him shouted, put down the Qilin relic. The mysterious woman in black rushed over. This black-clothed woman was tall and slender. Her feminine features revealed a hint of heroism, giving her a unique sense of beauty. Seeing the Qilin relic that was humming non-stop, the short-haired woman's eyes were filled with surprise and astonishment. Why would the relic break out of the Qilin? Only of the Qilin's most powerful descendant appeared. Of the Qilin king. He Linlin didn't expect that the Qilin relic, which only the black Qilin royal family could sense, would be found by a human. Furthermore, from the way the black Qilin relic was floating in the air and emitting light, it was clear that it had sensed the presence of this human. How could this be? She was the black Qilin saintess. Why would the black Qilin relic summon a stranger? What's your name? This time, the short-haired girl did not continue to fight with Yi Baiming. She also realized that this young man was very powerful. He was more than 10 times stronger than the average human. Even if they continued to fight, it would be difficult to determine the winner. The people from the other clans must have entered their respective Beast King's tombs. She had to get the Saraira as soon as possible. Before you ask for someone else's name, you should tell them your name first. Or is it that the dignified Beast Clan of the 8 Wastelands doesn't dare to show their names to others? Yi Baiming also admired this young girl. Hey Lin Lin. When the young girl spat out her name, her expression was somewhat bashful. There were not many people in this world who knew her name. Yi Baiming of Zhou State. Yi Baiming and the girl looked at each other. The two of them looked at each other as if they were rivals. The short-haired girl smiled, and a rare touch of charm appeared on her face that was full of heroic spirit. There was a strange look in her light gray eyes. Yi Baiming, I like you very much. Be my man. The girl of the Beast Clan confessed her feelings in a natural and unrestrained manner. In the Bakra orcs, there was no real distinction between men and women. He Linlin's expression of goodwill toward men was still the same as that of the Beast Clan. If she liked someone, she would confess directly. He Linlin believed that with her appearance and strength, this strong human male would not reject her. I'm sorry, but I refuse. Yi Baiming did not show any expression after hearing this sudden confession. He refused not because he disliked this girl. On the contrary, he did not dislike this girl in front of him. He did not know why, but he felt a sense of closeness to this girl. How dare you refuse me? He Linlin was angry as if she had been offended. She had lived for 18 years, but this was the first time she felt her heart moved by a man. Moreover, she was certain that this man was not an ordinary human. She could feel a noble aura from him that was not inferior to the Black Qilin royal clan. There is nothing in this world that I, Yi Baiming, do not dare to do. Sorry, girl. Even if this relic belongs to the Qilin clan, I want it. Therefore, I want it. Yi Baiming did not allow for an explanation. He clenched his 5 fingers and the Black Qilin relic in the air trembled and was sucked over by a strong force. Let go. He Linlin would not let this go. She waved her hand and the Qilin fighting energy emitted from her body wrapped around the Black Qilin relic like a spider web. The two of them were evenly matched and could not be defeated. Their fighting energy was like a tug of war. The Qilin relic was left and right, and neither of them could snatch it. After a full half-hour, neither of them managed to snatch the relic. Both of them understood that they were opponents that they had never met in their lives. At this moment, Yi Baiming's expression changed slightly and a trace of anxiety appeared between his eyebrows. He Linlin noticed the change in his expression. Although she had only met Yi Baiming twice, He Linlin was certain that this man in front of her had extraordinary skills and temperament. Rather than saying that he was arrogant, it was better to say that he was cold-hearted. Such a person should only have eyes for himself. Who was it that made his expression change so drastically? I will leave the Qilin relic in your care for the time being. Yi Baiming suddenly withdrew his hand and gave up on the Qilin relic. His figure flashed and disappeared. After losing the balance between the two forces, the Qilin relic was taken into He Linlin's bag. The ice-cold black jade relic lay in He Linlin's hand, but there was not the slightest bit of joy on her face. She stared blankly in the direction that the man called Yi Baiming disappeared with a complicated expression in her eyes. Could it be that to him, there was something more important than the Qilin relic? This man came and went like the wind. She could not understand his temperament at all. However, it was also because of this that He Linlin was even more curious about him. Yi Baiming, only I am worthy of you in this world. You are mine. He Linlin held the Qilin relic and followed closely behind Yi Baiming. Chapter 752. Yunxing dodged awkwardly and avoided an attack from her companions. The celestial fox people's illusions were indeed powerful. The two controlled magicians attacked Yunxing as if they had gone mad. Yunxing had to dodge the attacks from her companions and face the attacks from 5 to 6 celestial fox priests. She was flustered. Behind her, a wind blade brushed past without warning and cut Yunxing's arm. Blood immediately gushed out. Yunxing's black eyes also revealed a rare solemn expression. She subconsciously touched her beast language ring and was about to summon. A figure suddenly appeared in front of Yunxing. With a wave of his sleeve, he protected her and the magic scepter in his arms. The person's movements were too fast. Yunxing could not react in time. She was careless and knocked into the person's chest. The tip of her nose hurt. Under her nose, she smelled a pleasant and familiar scent. Yunxing subconsciously blurted out, "Night Fox, why are you here? What the hell are you doing? Why are you fighting with the celestial fox people?" Yi Baiming narrowed his eyes. Yi Baiming glanced at Yunxing, who was in a sorry state. He was angry but also a little distressed. His little wild cat was being bullied. When Yi Baiming was fighting fiercely with He Linlin just now, the crimson unicorn he carried on his body suddenly let out a low warning sound. His little wild cat was in danger. Without much hesitation, Yi Baiming decisively abandoned the Qilin relic. His black clothes were like the night. His handsome face was covered with frosty coldness and evilness. The moment Yi Baiming appeared, he protected Yunxing in his arms. This is a little complicated to explain. Let's talk about it another day. Yunxing was embarrassed. She did not want Yi Baiming to see her in such a sorry state. She admitted that at that moment, Yi Baiming's name appeared in her mind for a second. He actually appeared. Yunxing did not realize that the moment Yi Baiming appeared, she heaved a sigh of relief. She thought about it again. That's not right. Why did he appear here? She should be the one asking him this question. She followed the second elder to participate in the trial. It was perfectly justifiable for her to appear in the Dutian blood beast world. It was wrong for Night Fox to appear here. But now was not the time to discuss this. Yi Baiming raised his hand and looked at Yunxing's wound lovingly. His gaze was enough to drown an ocean. Retracting his gaze and looking up, Yi Baiming seemed to have changed into a different person. His handsome and almost perfect face was covered with a layer of ruthlessness. Yunxing was stunned. If not for the fact that she was still in trouble, Yunxing really wanted to reach out and scratch Yi Baiming's foxy face to see if it was real. How could he change his appearance like a magic trick? You guys, who did it just now? His gaze was cold and like an icicle, it shot towards Hubo and the group of celestial fox people behind him. It was me. Hu Linglong threw a coquettish glance at Yi Baiming. Do you want your hand or your life? Hu Linglong's coquettish glance had no effect on Yi Baiming. Who dared to touch his woman? You! What an arrogant brat. Do you think you can defeat us? I'll let you see my pink skull formation. Hu Bo glared at him. This man was not bad looking, but his brain was not good. He dared to challenge the celestial fox people single-handedly. Didn't he see that there were many celestial fox people's priests behind her? Although Hu Linglong could not see the depth of this man's cultivation, his cultivation was obviously much higher than that female sorcerer's. Moreover, he was flying in the air and his dookie wings had already turned invisible. Judging from his strength, he was at least a martial Grand Emperor. He was already a martial Grand Emperor at such a young age. In terms of monstrous talent, perhaps only a few people from the Upper Beast clan could compare to him. Hu Linglong did not dare to let her guard down. At Hu Bo's command, the celestial fox people's priests beside her began to chant together. 6 puffs of pink smoke spurted out from the celestial fox witchcraft beast master's magic scepter. The skeletons chuckled and surrounded Yi Baiming. The pink smoke gradually took the shape of a human. A burst of ecstasy rang out. The celestial fox people's naked women stroked their hair coquettishly and fawned over Yi Baiming, making one's face turn red and his heart beat faster. Countless treasures, magic tools, rare treasures, yellow robes, and all the beautiful dreams in the world appeared one by one in front of Yi Baiming's eyes. Power, desire, money, beautiful women, all the greediest desires of people were in this pink skull formation. How dare you show off your insignificant skills? Yi Baiming's gray eyes flashed with killing intent. Break! He roared and punched the air with both fists. Countless shadows of fists flew out. Behind Hu Bo, the 6 celestial fox people's priests felt as if their chests had been hit hard. They all vomited a mouthful of blood and the magic scepters in their hands shattered. How is this possible? Hu Yening opened her mouth in disbelief. Her face changed slightly and she retreated step by step. This man was completely immune to the pink skull formation. It was too ridiculous. In one day, there were 2 celestial fox people who were immune to illusions. Who were these 2 people? You, don't come over. Hu Bo saw the man closing in on her step by step and felt a chill in her heart. This man, who was like the god of war, was incomparably cruel. He would not have the slightest bit of pity for the fairer sex. It's you. At this time, the other descendants of the Bakra orcs had already come out of the Dutian blood seal. The first to rush back were Zi, Lu, and He Linlin. Then, Qingya, Rita, and the others rushed back. He Linlin saw Yi Baiming, while Lu saw the injured Yunxing. The moment Lu saw Yunxing, his heart skipped a beat. His gaze involuntarily fell on Yunxing's injuries. However, when he saw Yunxing's pale face and bloodstains on her body, Lu felt a sharp pain in his heart and anger rose abruptly. Yunxing was facing the descendants of the Bakra orcs. She also saw Lu. Humans. Only the 2 of them dare to barge in here. How arrogant. A few Bakra orcs' young men and women looked curiously at Yi Baiming and Yunxing, who was in his arms. Seeing Yi Baiming carrying Yunxing in such a domineering manner, Lu could not help but feel sour in his stomach. However, at the same time, he was also worried for Yunxing. How did she barge in here? He Linlin, on the other hand, looked at Yi Baiming. She did not expect that she would meet Yi Baiming again so soon. However, she quickly noticed that Yunxing was in Yi Baiming's arms. Yunxing's face, which was even more beautiful than the celestial fox people, and her special temperament made He Linlin take a few more glances at her. Seeing so many descendants of the Bakra orcs, Yi Baiming also became alert. He did not know where this group of young men and women came from. Each of them had strong fighting energy and magic power. He alone was enough to escape. However, now that Yunxing was injured, if this group of people surrounded him, it would be hard to say. You left just now because of her. He Linlin stared angrily at Yi Baiming and Yunxing in his arms. Chapter 753. He actually gave up such an important Qilin relic for a woman. He Linlin couldn't believe it. She didn't expect that the incomparably cold Yi Baiming would give up the Qilin relic that was about to be in his hands just for a woman. Linlin, do you know this man? Seeing that everyone came back, Hu Linglong knew that her life was not in danger and was secretly delighted. She hurriedly hid behind He Linlin, seeking protection. Yunxing also looked at He Linlin strangely. This short-haired woman who suddenly appeared seemed to be very familiar with Yi Baiming. At the thought of this, Yunxing felt a little uncomfortable in her heart. Her hand was suddenly caught. Yi Baiming's palm covered her hand. His slender fingers scratched her palm. It seemed like he was explaining, but also seemed like he was comforting her. Yunxing understood Yi Baiming's meaning. He was telling her not to think too much. He and that woman had nothing to do with each other. Yunxing's face turned red. She muttered, "Who cares about your relationship with that woman?" This was obviously a small action between lovers, but in the eyes of others, it had a different meaning. It was simply ignoring them and openly flirting. Especially in the eyes of He Linlin and Lu, it was especially dazzling. Lu's jealousy grew even more intense. He could also see that this man who looked like an emperor of the dark night had an unusual relationship with Yunxing. This man actually made Yunxing reveal a little woman's appearance. There was no trace of the calmness and viciousness from earlier in the cave. It was said that women were fickle. It turned out that a vicious woman could also be so timid and lovable. However, even though he knew that Yunxing's heart might belong to someone else, there was a different kind of charm between her brows at this moment, which made Lu's heart beat. He was in a bad mood. He wanted nothing more than to kick Yi Baiming away and snatch Yunxing over so that he could pamper her. "Yi Baiming, let me ask you, did you reject me because of this woman?" This was the first time He Linlin had been ignored like this. She was so angry that her face turned red as she glared at him. "I'm asking you a question." Yunxing wanted to shake off Yi Baiming's hand, but he held it firmly and refused to let go. Yunxing was obviously not used to such a public display of affection. Because of this strange atmosphere, the originally dangerous situation became even more strange. "I'll ask you one more time. Did you give up the Qilin relic for this woman?" He Linlin asked through gritted teeth. "Yes." Yi Baiming raised his eyebrows. "How is she better than me?" He Linlin pressed on step by step. She raised her head proudly. "Yo, this woman is really shameless." She failed to confess in public and even attacked him in public. Yunxing glared at He Linlin. Okay, that woman's chest was bigger than hers and she was also stronger than her. But that was also because she was still young. Let's wait for another 2 years and see how that woman would show off." "No. Wait, why is she speaking like a resentful woman?" Yunxing suddenly thought of something. Damn Fox, it's all his fault. He was born with a flirtatious face. First there was Chen Lianer, and now there's a tsundere girl. Yunxing, this guy also didn't realize that when it came to romantic encounters, her romantic encounter came earlier. At this moment, Lu was still staring at Yunxing and Yi Baiming who seemed to be intimate. If it weren't for the fact that there were other Bakra orcs present, Lu would have sharpened his knife and chopped off Yi Baiming's hand. Sheng was a little dissatisfied. The small hand that was being held by Yi Baiming pinched Yi Baiming's palm in revenge. Yi Baiming narrowed his eyes. He could vaguely feel Yunxing's jealousy. He wasn't angry. Instead, he was a little happy. This little wild cat was finally a little enlightened. Since that was the case, he should seize the opportunity and make use of He Linlin. Yi Baiming raised his eyebrows and smiled instantly. "In my eyes, she's better than you in every aspect. If she wasn't strong, he could protect her. If she was stunted, he would be happy to teach her hands-on." Yi Baiming was extremely handsome. When he smiled, it was incomparably dazzling. It made the few women present feel as if they were hit by an electric current. "Yi Baiming, you will regret it. Your purpose of entering the Qilin tomb is to become stronger. Be my man and I can make you the strongest." He Linlin blurted out without blushing. "What? He Linlin, are you crazy? He's a human." Qinya was flustered and exasperated. Hey Linlin must be crazy. She actually went against the tribe's rules and expressed goodwill to a human man. Hey Linlin, as the saintess of the upper Beast tribe among the Bakra orcs, had always been arrogant. However, she was beautiful and had good skills. Many people from the 8 Wastelands Beast clan pursued her. Chinya had pursued her before but was coldly rejected by her. At that time, Hey Linlin said that only a man who defeated her could marry her. He didn't expect that she would express goodwill to a strange human man. What rules? I, Hey Linlin, am the rule. He is strong enough and qualified to be my man. Hey Linlin raised her head confidently. Hearing this, Green's mind became active. If what Hey Linlin said was true, then could he also, you want me to be your man? You'll have to ask if my woman agrees to it first. Yi Baiming avoided the main point and deliberately squeezed Yunxing's hand hard again. The latter rolled her eyes. This guy was trying to frame her again. Your woman. Hey Linlin followed Yi Baiming's gaze and fell on Yunxing. Yunxing didn't even think. I have no objections. You can take this man if you want. As soon as the words left her mouth, Yunxing regretted it. The smile on Yi Baiming's lips faded bit by bit. His gray eyes were dark and gloomy as if they were covered by dark clouds. It seems that your woman doesn't care much about you. Hey Linlin could see that Yunxing and Yi Baiming were not lovers. However, what was the special atmosphere between the two of them? There was a very special aura between Yunxing and Yi Baiming. This aura might not be the aura between lovers, but it was very difficult for others to integrate into that aura. After hearing Yunxing's words, the smile on Green's face deepened. His canine teeth were also exposed happily. The man in black had a very strong aura. However, it seemed that Yunxing didn't like him. Therefore, he still had a chance. Hey Linlin, there's no need to talk to him. These two people must know some secret since they came here. Kill them. Rita snorted and took the lead to rush forward. The Beaming tribe was famous for their strength and speed among the Bakra orcs. Rita gathered her fighting spirit and rushed forward. However, she missed. Yi Baiming's figure flashed and disappeared with Yunxing. What's going on? Where did they go? Rita was confused. That man is not only a warrior, but also a magician. His magic cultivation is not low. He should have used some kind of magic. Hey Linlin was more concerned about Yi Baiming. They immediately split up and searched for Yi Baiming and Yunxing's whereabouts. Chapter 754. Yi Baiming, you are so overbearing. Don't you know that a melon picked by force is not sweet? Yunxing had wanted to explain, but Yi Baiming's rude tone made her feel depressed. Yunxing, this prince has enough patience with you. Don't challenge this prince's limits again and again. This prince only knows that a melon picked by force will not be sweet until it is tried. Yi Baiming's face darkened. His gaze was gloomy as it paused on Yunxing's chest. His hand still clearly remembered her sweetness. One day, he would pluck out all the claws and fangs of this lovable and headache-inducing little wild cat. He would make her happy under his body and obediently become his woman. Yunxing did not dare to make a sound after being glared at by him. She also felt that after entering the Dutian blood beast world, Yi Baiming was more aggressive than usual. If she really angered him, it would be terrible if he executed her on the spot. For safety's sake, it was better to change the topic. Why didn't you have any reaction to the pink skull formation? Yunxing's mind was in a mess. She could only force herself to change the topic. Yunxing had long suspected why Yi Baiming was not affected by Hu Linglong's pink skull formation. She was not affected because she was a descendant of celestial fox. But why was Yi Baiming completely immune? This prince does not like those women. Yi Baiming smiled wickedly. If it was you, this prince might have fallen for it. Even though she knew that the other party was up to no good, Yunxing still could not stop her eyes from reddening. Especially when Yi Baiming glanced at her neck that was full of hickeys as he spoke. Ahem, we seem to have entered a strange boundary. Why didn't you run away just now? Yunxing blushed and cursed Yi Baiming for being shameless in her heart. She decided to avoid the important and dwell on the trivial. She decided to leave this place first. In any case, from now on, whenever she saw Yi Baiming, she would take a detour. After this experience, Yunxing felt that Yi Baiming had changed from a fox to a big bad wolf. She was the pitiful little Red Riding Hood, facing the danger of being eaten at any time. We should be in a certain area of the Dutian bloodstains or perhaps a tomb of the Beast Kings. Yi Baiming also looked around with a serious expression. He could feel that this was a special enchantment. The magic fluctuations here were very similar to the Qilin tomb he had broken into earlier. At this time, the whole Dutian bloodstains was divided into two areas. One was the outer area of the Dutian bloodstains, and the other was the middle area of the Dutian bloodstains and the Dutian bloodstains. The middle area of the Dutian bloodstains had already been occupied by the descendants of the Ba Huang tribe. Relatively speaking, the safer area was the Dutian bloodstains. Just now, Yi Baiming had fled with Yunxing in a moment of panic. They did not know which tomb of the Dutian bloodstains they had entered. Now that the two of them had calmed down, Yunxing also began to pay attention to her surroundings. She found that under her feet was an area similar to a magic seal. This is the core area of the Dutian bloodstains. The Dutian bloodstains. Yunxing then realized that she had accidentally entered the area that the second elder had strictly prohibited from entering. The Dutian bloodstains are divided into 8 areas, which are the 8 tombs of the Bakra orcs. They contain the bones of the 8 chiefs of the Bakra orcs. I just don't know which area we have entered, and... Yi Baiming searched around for a while and frowned. What's wrong? Yunxing realized that something was wrong. Someone has set up a restriction here. When Yi Baiming had entered, there was no such restriction. But just now, he found that there was an additional layer of powerful magic around them. Perhaps his intrusion had caused the restriction of the Beast King's tomb to activate on its own. At this time, the 8 descendants of the Bakra orcs had arrived at the outer area of the Dutian bloodstains. They went to the south. If I'm not wrong, that's where the Celestial Fox tomb is located. He Linlin could feel the fluctuation of Yi Baiming's fighting energy. Then we can't enter. Hu Linglong, you go in. The others let Hu Linglong enter. Although the 8 barren tribes were one, places like the tombs of the chiefs had always been sacred places for each tribe. Those who were not from the tribe or the chiefs of other tribes were not allowed to enter. Otherwise, they could trigger the traps or magic seals in the Beast King tomb. Among all of them, only Hu Linglong was from the Celestial Fox tribe. This time, she represented the Celestial Fox people Saintess, so she was the most suitable person to enter. Hearing this, Hu Linglong's expression changed slightly. But under the watchful eyes of so many people, she could not refuse. She could only hesitate and walk towards the Celestial Fox bloodstains. But she had only taken a few steps and was about to enter the Celestial Fox bloodstains when she was pushed far away by an elastic force. What's going on? He Linlin and the others immediately walked forward. Green looked at it and said curiously, "Is this a seal?" Someone must have found the Celestial Fox relic and opened the seal on the Celestial Fox tomb. The chiefs of the 8 barren tribes were ancient powerhouses. Although they had been dead for many years, part of their magic power was still preserved in the Dutian bloodstains. The 8 barren relic, which represented most of their power, was still sealed in the Dutian bloodstains. Only when a suitable person entered would the relic be unearthed. Once the relic was unearthed, in order to prevent others from coveting it, the relic itself would form a powerful seal. Only those who were suitable for the relic could enter the seal. Previously, He Linlin and Yi Baiming had entered the Qilin tomb and activated the Qilin relic. At that time, the Qilin tomb was also surrounded by a seal that prevented others from entering. Only after the Saraira was collected would that layer of restriction be opened. How is that possible? Hu Linglong hasn't even entered yet. Why would the celestial fox tomb automatically open the seal? When the others heard the news, they were all curious. They were all here for the relic. Just now, the other members of the Bakra orcs had already entered the corresponding celestial fox tomb and obtained their clan's relic. Only Hu Linglong had not entered the celestial fox tomb with the excuse of looking after the hostages. But now, she was rejected by the celestial fox tomb. Needless to say, it must be some people who are not qualified to enter the celestial fox tomb. Rita saw this and sneered at the side. Rita, what right do you have to criticize me? Everyone has only obtained the relic and not the inheritance of the relic. What qualifications do you have? I'm 80% sure that the two of them barged in recklessly. The celestial fox people was furious and sealed the celestial fox tomb to trap them inside. Hu Linglong was furious. Hu Linglong was actually muttering in her heart. She had come to the Dutian bloodstains this time as an impostor. She had thought that after obtaining the celestial fox relic, she would be able to replace her useless cousin and become the real celestial fox saintess when she returned to her clan. When they heard the word trap, Green and He Linlin's expressions turned ugly. The clan leader of the Heavenly Fox clan, who went first, was a magic genius among the beast clans of the 8 wastelands who was proficient in all kinds of magic formations and all kinds of voodoo spells. The restrictive spell of the Heavenly Fox tomb was more difficult to break than the other beast tombs. If the seal was not broken, Yunsheng and Yi Baiming might really be trapped inside. Chapter 755. Hu Linglong was dreaming. She didn't know that she couldn't even break through the restrictions of the celestial fox tomb. That damned celestial fox people's chief. She had been dead for so many years, yet she still wanted to get in her way. However, Hu Linglong wasn't particularly worried. After all, the celestial fox Saraira could only be inherited by someone with the bloodline of celestial fox. The two people inside could only wait for death. Once the restrictions were removed, she could enter the celestial fox tomb. At that time, the celestial fox Saraira would still be hers. Yunsheng and Yi Baiming didn't know that they were in the tomb of the celestial fox people's chief. The tomb of celestial fox. The two searched for a long time but still couldn't find any way out. They also couldn't figure out where this area was. However, one thing was for sure. The restrictions in this tomb were very powerful. Yi Baiming tried a few times. No matter if he used magic or fighting aura, he couldn't break through the restrictions. In an instant, Yunsheng and he were like turtles in a jar. Why did you suddenly appear in the Dutian blood beast world? Yunsheng saw that Yi Baiming had mentioned the Qilin tomb. It seemed that he had already been to one of the tombs. I'm here to look for blood crystals. My mentor told me that there are blood crystals in the 8 Baron tomb that can improve one's dharma, soul and physique. I've already been to the Black Qilin tomb. That's where I met He Linlin. This tomb is a little strange. Yi Baiming looked around. He found that the celestial fox tomb was a little different from the Qilin tomb. According to Ghost Prison's mentor, there should be blood crystals in the Beast King tomb. However, there was nothing in this tomb. The Qilin tomb was majestic. It was like the tomb of an emperor. Logically speaking, the other tombs of the Bakra orcs should be the same. However, in this unknown tomb of the Beast King, it was a flat land, and the space was very spacious. Aside from the strange magic array on the ground, there was nothing else. There were no blood crystals, nor were there any signs indicating the location of the Beast King's remains. Then did you find the Qilin blood crystal? Yunxing also knew that Yi Baiming was very powerful now. From what He Linlin said, Yi Baiming must have found something more powerful than the blood crystal. However, at that time, she was in trouble. Yi Baiming sensed it and came to save her. He was originally someone who pursued the path of the strongest. As long as he could obtain the Qilin relic, he would be able to raise his cultivation to the next level. However, for her sake, Yunxing's heart was sour and sweet. She didn't know what to feel. Don't worry, the blood crystal has been found. Yi Baiming did not want Yunxing to think too much. Even without the Qilin relic, he could still become a supreme expert. The two of them walked in the unfamiliar tomb of the Beast King, but they still did not find any clues. Are we going to be trapped here until we die? Yunxing was a little discouraged. She did not expect to die in a place like this. No, I won't let you die. Yi Baiming looked at the restriction again. He unconsciously clenched his fists. If it really came down to it, he was afraid that he would use beast blood frenzy to force open that layer of restriction. However, being in the Dutian blood mark with such a strong murderous aura, Yi Baiming could not guarantee what he would look like after the beast blood frenzy. If that happened, it might scare little Wildcat. He could not let her see his true face for the time being. As Yi Baiming spoke, Yunxing suddenly exclaimed. She stepped on something. There was a flash of light, and Yunxing was immersed in the light. Yunxing. Yi Baiming hurriedly pulled her, but it was too late. Yunxing disappeared in the light. Yunxing only felt that she was falling from the sky, falling down in an instant. She could hear Yi Baiming's voice, but soon, Yi Baiming's shouts disappeared. A graveyard appeared in front of her. When she saw the graveyard, Yunxing could not help but praise it. Earlier, she and Yi Baiming had been wondering why there was no graveyard of the Beast King in the tomb of the Beast King. It turned out that it was not that there was no graveyard, but that the location of the graveyard had been concealed by a special magic array. It was a dome-shaped white graveyard made of white marble. Beside the graveyard was a small pond. In the pond, there was a plain white pond lotus. Yunxing walked to the front of the unknown graveyard. There were a few simple and unadorned words at the entrance of the graveyard. Yunxing did not recognize these words, but she was sure that these were not the words of any country in the boundless continent. Puffed Egg, my dear master, Puffed Egg recognizes these words. In the beast language ring, the Puffed Egg became active again. Yunxing remembered that the Puffed Egg was left to her by her mother. Perhaps it knew some words of the Bakra orcs. The Puffed Egg flapped its wings and jumped to the front of the graveyard. It took a look and recognized the three words. Celestial Fox Graveyard. Master, this is the graveyard of the greatest sorcerer of the Celestial Fox people in the 8 barren tribes. Yunxing could not help but sigh. She did not expect that she would accidentally enter the graveyard of the Celestial Fox Graveyard. However, why would this Celestial Fox Graveyard use a magic array to conceal the Celestial Fox Graveyard? It seemed that if she wanted to know the secrets of the Celestial Fox Graveyard, she would have to go deep into the Celestial Fox Graveyard. She walked to the graveyard's stone door and pushed it with her hand. No matter how much strength she used, the stone door would not open. Master, drip your blood into the lotus pond at the side. Only the descendants of the Celestial Fox Graveyard can enter a place like the Celestial Fox Graveyard, the Puffed Egg reminded Yunxing. Yunxing walked to the lotus pond and cut her finger. When her blood dripped into the lotus pond, the originally calm lotus pond began to bubble. The half-opened lotuses in the pond suddenly bloomed. The petals of the white lotus pond were also dyed red, looking exceptionally enchanting. The moment the lotus pond bloomed, the originally silent stone door made a creaking sound and opened spontaneously. Yunxing walked into the graveyard. As soon as Yunxing stepped in, the stone door closed automatically. Outside the graveyard, the lotus pond, which looked as if it had been tempered by blood, returned to its original state. It was white and clear, as if no one had ever been here. Yunxing hesitated, then knelt down and kowtowed 3 times to the celestial fox graveyard. Ancestor celestial fox graveyard, Yunxing also has your blood flowing in her veins. Today, she was besieged by enemies, so she accidentally entered your graveyard. Yunxing is trapped here and needs to find an exit as soon as possible. If I disturb your peace, please forgive me. Yunxing did not enter rashly. After confirming that there was no poisonous gas in the graveyard, she walked in with the puffed egg. As soon as she entered the graveyard, Yunxing was stunned. It was another empty room. Other than some bones on the ground, there was nothing else. Yunxing was a little surprised. After taking a closer look, she realized that this room was a little special. Chapter 756. It was an ordinary house with 4 walls and 1 door. This spacious stone house also had 4 walls, but there were 4 doors. The doors were ordinary stone doors. Other than the west door that Yunxing had entered through, the other 3 doors were the east, south, and north doors. The 3 stone doors were tightly shut and looked like they had not been opened for a long time. Pop pop, master, these doors were left behind by the celestial fox people. There is a way out behind one of the doors, but if you want to find the way out, you have to open all the stone doors. Puffed egg circled around the doors. As for the skeletons, they must have been the same as Yunxing, who had entered the celestial fox tomb by chance. It looked like this celestial fox ancestor was much trickier than the other beast kings. It was not easy to get out of here. Yunxing smiled bitterly. Those skeletons must have been left behind by the people who had not opened all 3 doors and were unable to leave the celestial fox tomb. Yunxing examined the skeletons and the magic scepter at the side. To her surprise, she discovered that some of the skeletons had reached the level of a sanctuary-level guardian king. Most of them were around the level of a sky sorcerer. Even these people were trapped here. She did not know what kind of monsters would appear behind the 3 doors. Yunxing looked at the hourglass in her beast language ring. It had been more than a day and a night since she had entered the central area of the Dutian blood beast world. A total of 16 hours. She still had some antidote pills, a bag of water, and some blood-toothed crocodile meat in her ring. In total, she could only hold on for about 3 more days. No matter what, she had to give it a try. The method to open the stone door was similar to the first door. She just had to smear blood on the stone door. Yunxing thought for a while and chose the door with the least skeletons, which was the south door. The blood dripped onto the stone door and was quickly absorbed by the stone door that had been thirsty for countless years. Caw caw caw. The moment the stone door opened. Then, 6 black shadows rushed out from inside. They were a few black tortoise warriors that were over 3 meters tall and made of black basalt. These martial artists had a soul stone embedded in their eyes and their foreheads. They exuded a murderous aura from head to toe. Yunxing was not too surprised to see these stone monsters. Puffed Egg had also said that the chief of the celestial fox people was a great magician. Moreover, in the Ba Huang tribe, the celestial fox people were proficient in witchcraft and medicine. As the leader of the celestial fox people, there might be a large number of strange creatures in the tomb. Black tortoise warriors were a special invention of the celestial fox people. Although they were not alive, they had the same 5 senses as humans. Other than being unable to feel pain and having a tough body, they could keenly detect enemies and launch attacks. High-level Xian martial warriors could even unleash certain battle techniques. These martial artists were even stronger than the devil warriors that Yi Baiming had given to Yunxing earlier. Without waiting for Yunxing to think, the Black Tortoise warrior attacked Yunxing. The moment the stone door opened, the Black Tortoise warrior sensed that someone had broken into the tomb. The soul stones on their foreheads flashed. They raised their indestructible iron fists and punched towards Yunxing. Yunxing relied on her superior movements and dodged the attack. However, the Black Tortoise warrior's strong and fierce fist wind still scraped past Yunxing's cheek, causing her cheeks to hurt. As if they knew that their opponent was agile, the 6 Black Tortoise warriors changed their strategy. They surrounded Yunxing and punched her several times. They reacted quickly and punched one after another. In an instant, there were punches flying around Yunxing. If she was not careful, Yunxing would be hit. Yunxing leaped up and aimed the magic scepter in her hand at one of the Black Tortoise warriors. She shot out a fiery explosion. Boom! The fiery explosion hit the Black Tortoise warrior's body. However, the raging flames had no effect on these monsters made of stone. Yunxing's attack did not hit, but she lost the initiative. Although the Black Tortoise warriors had keen senses, they were not fast. Their slow reactions were their fatal weakness. Yunxing swept her long leg and used the force to push back a few steps. After escaping the encirclement, Yunxing chanted. Black thorns exploded on the ground. The Black Tortoise warrior staggered, and his heavy body crashed to the ground. Yunxing took advantage of the momentum to fly up, and the magic scepter in her hand shot out streaks of flame explosion. The fiery explosion shattered the soul stones on the foreheads of the Black Tortoise warriors. Once the soul stones exploded, the Black Tortoise warriors lost their ability to move and became dead stones. Huff huff, Yunxing panted heavily. She was injured earlier and had not recovered from her injuries. After this ordeal, she was drenched in sweat and was extremely tired. Yunxing could use her summoning beasts, but she thought that she didn't know what kind of perverted opponents were hiding behind the 2 doors. It was better to save her summoning beasts for a life-saving situation. Clatter clatter. Just when Yunxing thought that she could rest for a while, the Black Tortoise warriors started moving again. The soul stones on their foreheads that had been shattered were restored to their original state. Damn, they can't be so crazy. They are going to torture us to death. Yunxing stomped her foot. But in the next moment, Yunxing heaved a sigh of relief. After the Black Tortoise warriors recovered, they did not attack again. They waited quietly beside the stone door. The stone door that was originally closed was now open. Hesitating, Yunxing walked through the south door. Her eyes lit up. Behind the south door was a secret room that was about 10 square meters in size. In the secret room, there were all kinds of transparent crystals of different sizes and colors. Celestial fox blood crystals. Legend had it that they were the best magical crystals that contained a large portion of the celestial fox people's powers. There were many white blood crystals. Roughly counting, there were hundreds of them. Yunxing casually picked up a piece and held it in her hand. A strong magical power was transmitted from the crystal. Such pure blood crystals. Yunxing was shocked. Blood crystals were different from soul stones. The magical power in the soul stones of magical beasts mostly contained the violent aura of magical beasts, so it was difficult to absorb. But the Beast King blood crystals were different. They were gentler and the magical power they contained was purer. The owner of this unknown tomb was once the chief of one of the 8 barren tribes. He must have been an outstanding magician. That was why its tomb was able to preserve so many blood crystals even after 2 years. Yunxing's heart skipped a beat. She took out the soul-cleansing pill and immediately sat down cross-legged. Holding a magical crystal in each hand, she began to meditate. The magical power in the white blood crystals seeped into Yunxing's body bit by bit. This feeling was unprecedented. The magical power flowed into Yunxing's body like a trickle. Her 8 extraordinary meridians seemed to have been widened and cleared in an instant. About 2 to 3 hours later. Ding! A melodious sound rang out. Yunxing felt her body lighten. After a while, Yunxing slowly breathed in and out and opened her eyes. I finally broke through to become a sky magician. The volcano erupted. I'm going to sleep. With the support of tickets, rewards, and subscriptions, if there's a surprise tomorrow morning, I might even add more. Good night, everyone.